Hello everyone and welcome to this stream, I guess. So first thing I'm gonna say is anyway, first things first. So there was something that came up today that might be pointing at something. So if you're unaware, there was a trailer that leaked today, or at least a few seconds of a trailer. But anyway, Sony is not going to be at Gamescom, which is what one of my search results was. And the thing is, Sony has been to Gamescom in the past, but you're probably wondering right now, well, there's got to be a specific reason why they're not going to be there, right? There is. There could very well be an event next week. I'm not saying for sure it's going to happen, but it could happen. All we gotta do is wait and see. Is this worth the drive? Check Discord. I like Judas Priest. Hold on. Oh. Judas Priest. There's Dement, South Haven, MS. Is MS Minnesota or is it Mississippi? I don't know my geography, okay? Shut up. Anyway. Yeah, so Sony's not gonna be at Gamescom in any... Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. It's just... I am used to the 50 states of the US. It's just... I don't see a whole lot of them abbreviated sometimes. Like, I'm used to Texas being TX, but whenever it comes to the states that have M as the start of its name, I'm like, you know, yeah. But Sony is not going to be at Gamescom at all. Not going to be at the opening night live. They aren't going to have anything there in any capacity. And you're probably wondering, wait a minute, what does this mean? Well, as I said before, it's been long rumored that we could be having an event this month. Now, one could argue that, you know, this could be nothing, you know. Sony not being at Gamescom could be nothing. Maybe they don't have anything planned next week. But when you consider the timing of the Helldivers 2 trailer being leaked, or at least a part of it, I have a sneaking suspicion there's a little bit more to it than that. But here's another thing. You're probably wondering, well, when does Sony usually announce their showcases? So, oh. Wait, what? Oh. What the heck? I clicked back to YouTube and I'm like, wait, why did it take me to YouTube? Yeah, I heard about that. I read about that a few weeks ago, back in July. Um, I will say though, it's probably gonna be Xbox and PC exclusive. Reading about school, funny enough, I'm working on school stuff as we speak. Oh, right, right. So, some of the stuff I'm going to be ranting about is regarding my own experiences with school. But, hope Fallout 5 is worth the wait, not like Fallout 4. Oh, Fallout 4. Yeah, Fallout 4 it was alright, but I have a little bit of a rant. So, as you guys already know right now, I have a PS5. I've had mine since 3 days after launch. I was lucky. So yes, it is a launch model, and I haven't had any issues with it, so in case you're wondering, I haven't had any problems with it whatsoever. But because of that, I am eligible for the PlayStation Plus collection, which was there at launch, and it is still there. And one of the games was Fallout 4. You're probably thinking, oh, well, that's normal, right? How's the gameplay? Dialogue is delayed. I got a PS5, but people in my neighborhood keep trying to get it and offering me prices of less than what I paid for. Keep that baby secure, alright? Because, granted, PS5s are going to be steadily easier to come by. Yes, 1,000?! I paid MSRP for mine. You're being offered... That's literally the price a PS5 is. What the heck? What? They're literally offering you half of what you paid for it. They're literally offering you the exact MSRP of a PS5. Because the PS5 standard model, like the disc model, which is the one I have, it's $499.99, so $500. And yes, I paid MSRP. I was lucky. I bought it through Amazon, but some people just don't have any other choice. I paid like $900 plus shipping for mine. Wait, did you get anything extra for it, or was it just you had to buy it through a scalper? Because I'm kind of iffy on scalpers, but I'm mainly negative about it because sometimes they can be scammers, but it's just usually people trying to get more money out of people instead of being honest and upfront, you know. But anyway, going back to what I was saying, so Fallout 4 for the PlayStation Plus collection. I'm going to search this up and see if anyone else has had the same issue, or if I was just unlucky. Oh. Well, in that case, the price does make sense, because if you got extra games and an extra set of controllers, then that's fine. Because then the price does make sense if it's 1,000. Because if you think about it, you say you got a couple of games. A PS5 by itself is 500 or 400 depending on which model. And PS5/Xbox Series X and S games cost $70, which, yeah, I know, a little bit more expensive, but I'm okay with that. Anyway. So we have the games, and then we have the controllers, which I believe are either $60 or $70, so they're within that same price range as a PS5 game. Oh. Someone on eBay the other week was selling a PS5 for $2,000 but had no images, and when someone put bits on it. That's kind of sketchy. Like, if you're planning on selling something on eBay, you should at least have images of what the thing looks like. And make sure they're recent images and not images that were from a long time ago. Bear in mind, however, I've never used eBay, nor do I plan on it. Even though I do know it's necessary to get certain things like old collectibles and old video games and stuff. Even though then again, I did buy a copy of Sonic Adventure on Dreamcast on there. Or, on Amazon, not eBay. That is true, by the way. I used eBay a few times. Okay. But anyway, so going back to what I was saying. Right. So, basically, the problem with Fallout 4, at least for the... I don't know if it's because of the fact that I was playing the game on PS5 or what was going on. But, for some reason, it was just... Like, the game played fine. It's just... You know how whenever you start a new game of Fallout 4... You have to go through the process of making your character, like, their physical appearance and everything. So what happened was I was doing that, and you know how normally as you're getting ready to do all that stuff, you would hear them talk. Like, you would hear the characters talk. What happened was I saw the characters' mouths moving, and I would see them moving around, and their mouths were moving, but I heard no dialogue. And so what I did was I paused the game, and then I heard the dialogue. So it would only play the dialogue whenever I paused the game, not during gameplay like it should. So I don't know what was going on, but it was weird. It was so freaking weird. I don't know why it did that, but it freaked me out. Now, granted, I haven't tried the game again since then, so maybe they fixed it, but it was so weird that it would do that, because, like, I was actually looking forward to it, even though I knew that there probably wouldn't be much of a performance difference. Oh, huh? $5,000? That's literally 10 times the price of an actual PS5. Because the PS5 is $500. Alright. So we have that same price, but multiplied by 10. And I am being correct about this, because if you think about it, Cherry, you said that you bought your PS5 for $1,000 because it was bundled up with some other stuff, so that kind of justified the price. Plus there was shipping, so essentially you paid $900 because you got some games, you got some controllers, and you got the console itself. But $5,000? Wait, what does it say about the information? Does it say if there's anything extra, or is it just some asshole deciding,
I know PS5s are still kind of hard to come by. I wonder if I should charge someone $5,000 for it. I'm sure they have enough.
You would think that price is more for something like a high-end computer, not a console. Um, wow. Uh, So they're really charging $5,000 for just the console itself. You know, realistically, with $5,000, you could buy 10 PS5s. Because, like I said, that price right there is 10 times the price of a PS5. Because a PS5 just by itself, and I'm talking about the standard model, not the digital model. The standard model, you know, the one with the disk drive, that's $500. Two of those would be 1,000. So, with that in mind, 10 PS5s is $5,000. Should you message the seller? Uh, I don't know. They might be. I don't know, because they might try and push back on it and say, well, I need this money for bills and stuff. Which doesn't really make much sense, because I get that people are still struggling with money nowadays. Like, the economy is kind of fluctuating between being good, being bad, both. So I do understand that some people do need money, right? But at the same time, why would you charge someone $5,000 for a game console that costs $500? Yes, that too. So what it seems to me is that this is one of those scalpers. And okay, is that the only image they had, or does eBay have like where you could have multiple images in a gallery? Because if they have multiple images in a gallery and it shows that they do have the console and everything with it, then that is proving that it is the real deal. But that's still a heavily unjustified price. Well, if there's no more images, then is there anything in the description, or is it just no description and just, you know, the thing? Because it seems to me like they're charging a hefty amount of money, but if someone ends up buying that, one of two things are going to happen. Actually, no, three. Either the box will be empty, the box will have the console and everything in it, or they're going to try and pull some sketchy shit and ship some dope. Just a bunch of info and PS5 controller and games, but nothing about the console. Well, I mean, in that case, like in your case, whenever you got yours, since you paid essentially $900 plus shipping, it's understandable because you got extra games and some extra controllers in the console itself, so that does justify 900. Buddy of mine spent 1,500 on a PS5 on eBay and got a PS5 box full of broken iPhones. See, this is what I mean about why I know that eBay can be a reputable source of getting things that you otherwise wouldn't be able to get because maybe it's discontinued or maybe it's an old collectible that you want to get. But other times it's also a place where scammers and you know, scammers and scalpers exist on. And hell, Amazon's not safe from that either cuz I whenever the PS5 first came out, it was hard to get one, and eventually stock started coming back and then all that other stuff. But I did see a whole lot of resellers. So, I think it's I think it's fixed up now to where it's just, because they've made it on Amazon to where you have to been scammed on Amazon once in a crockett pot. Yeah. Mm. But see, here's the thing. If someone's charging $5,000 for a console and some games and, a few controllers, in this case it wouldn't make much sense, because that's basically saying, hey, I really, really need this money, so I'm just going to massively overinflate how much money it would be total to get all this stuff in real life. You know what I mean. Anyway, there's a fucking mosquito in here. Anyway, so what I was trying to say about the Fallout 4 plus thing is that the dialogue wouldn't play the sound the dialogue would make. So, like, say a character would be saying something, but the audio of what they're saying wouldn't play unless you pause the game. But anyway, I digress. So who's ready for some ranting? Because, I got a lot of ranting. A lot of ranting. So, with school being here right now, although I don't go to school anymore, but, I'm going to the army soon next week, but I need to call an exterminator. My house is covered in termites. Ooh. That's not good. Anyway, so with school officially being back, who's ready for some rants? Problem is, I had termites before. Oh, man. Termites are never fun. I don't think I've ever seen termites personally, but I've heard about the damage they could cause. And it costed me $500 to get rid of them. Ouch. So, first things first, this is something that happened recently, but it didn't involve me, but, it did involve a family member. I won't name them, but I'll just say it was one of my cousins. But, what happened was yesterday was their first day of school. Watch Terminex charge me more. Termites suck. Again, I've never dealt with termites at all, and I've never seen them in person, but I've heard many, many stories about the stuff they do and, like, the damage they've caused. I get that they are an animal that, like, they do that to survive. They eat wood. But at the same time, they're still a pest. But anyway, so what happened yesterday was, it was my cousin's first days of school. So, that's all well and good. First things first, though, apparently their days of school end at 4:50. Yeah. Pretty much 5 p.m. I'm talking about my time zone, by the way, but, they damage a wooden floor that looks beautiful until they tear up wooden floors. And my neighbor gets pissed at me for calling Terminex to kill animals. Yeah, it's termites. I get that they're animals and they're just doing what they're doing to survive. Because, animals do what they do. Not because it's bad. Like, they aren't doing it on purpose to piss people off. It's just, that's what termites do. Like, you may not like it, but that's just what they do, but you have to get rid of them or else they're gonna cause major damage. But the fact that your neighbor is getting pissed off because, how dared you kill the termites? That's like getting mad at someone for getting rid of an alligator because it almost killed you and your family. And then someone's like, hey, come on, man, the alligator was just doing what it was doing. Alligators suck. Anyway, so, yeah, 4:50. That's when their school day ends. So they don't get home until like 5. Which sucks. But anyway, so what happened yesterday, and bear in mind, I only just heard this in passing conversation, so I don't eavesdrop on people. I just so happen to have heard it. But no one really minded that I heard them talking about it. But my cousin, or one of my cousins, he's the oldest of the two that live with us. He got sent to the principal's office. Now you're probably thinking, wait, why? What did he do? He didn't hurt anyone. He didn't cause any trouble. No. It's because of his shorts. I don't know if it was them being too big or too small. But yeah, that's literally the whole reason why he got sent to the office. It's because of his shorts. Now again, I don't remember if it was because they were too big or too small. Because I don't remember everything. But that's all I know is that they got sent to the office because shorts. This neighbor gets mad at me for feeding my cats and she thinks cats need to hunt for food. She's a Karen. Or the time I killed fire ant mounds with a lawnmower. Or another time I was eating chicken. Hey, Karens in the world. Fuck you. Except if your name happens to be Karen and you're actually a decent person, then, I like how right as soon as I give a thumbs up, my phone goes off. Good timing. Yes, the old hags. Because, like, I've actually met people named Karen, but they're actually good people. Well, except for my papa's ex. She was nice to me, not to other members of my family, but that's off topic. Anyway, so yeah. Getting back to what I was saying about the shorts situation. He got sent to the office because of his shorts. Now, mind you, these aren't like cargo shorts. They aren't jean shorts or anything like that. No. They were just, hold on. Yeah, they were these kinds of shorts right here. But, so, hold on, let me get this straight. She thinks me feeding my cat food is overfeeding and abusing my cat because he's a little overweight when he hunts too. It's a cat. Cats can be overweight if they want to. I mean, it's not healthy to keep them super overweight, but if it's to where it doesn't inhibit their ability to move around, or like they could still move around a good bit, that's okay. But if it's someone who's being negligent and just feeding their cat every 2 minutes to where it's like a fucking bowling ball. But, yeah. I mean, fat cats are cute though. But, I draw the line whenever there's like people who just feed their cats nonstop to where it's like their cat literally can't move at all. And it's like a fat bowling ball. Like, just fat cats in general, like, if they're fat but they could still move around, that's perfectly fine, you know. Because, like, as long as you're still. Oh. That neighbor has a fat cat that is very overweight and that thing can't move or barely move. She rolls the cat. You know what that made me think of? She she rolls the cat, right? She calls the cat cute and funny. No, the cat looks like that. Yeah, it is a good movie. But like, whenever you said she rolls the cat, the first thing I thought was the boulder in Indiana Jones. It's probably one of the funniest things ever. It's just someone's rolling their cat. You know, it'd be kind of funny if someone had a cat, like a fat cat, and they started pushing it to roll it, and then they had a green screen, and it shows Indiana Jones being chased by it. So instead of the boulder, it's the cat. It's Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Meow. Oh my gosh. I think my face hurts from laughing, but she also gets mad when my 2-month-old black kitten named Max takes a shit in her yard and giving her a look like clean my shit, stupid human. She threatened to call the law and pound on Max. It's a kitten. Do you think a 2-month-old kitten's gonna know any better? Seriously. I will admit though, a black cat, like, I'm not saying I hate other breeds of cats. I love cats. We can't have one here where I live because my papa's allergic to them. But I love cats. My favorite breed of cat is the black cat. I love other breeds of cats as well, but black cats, there's something about them, you know? They have that mystic look. Black and tabby cats are awesome. Yes. Yes! Black cats are badass. Seriously, like, a lot of people online tend to call them, light gray and orange tabby cats. Aren't tabbies like those cats that have a predominantly solid color and they have that sort of stripy pattern on them? Hold on. Yeah, it is that. Because they have their body is mainly that kind of color. Yeah. But if it's an orange tabby cat, it's Garfield. But a lot of people on the internet like to call black cats void cats, or just voids. Gray and orange tabby cats together look cute and they can also mix colors. Mix and match meows. But the reason why people like to call black cats voids is because since they're completely black, they could basically camouflage into any area where there's very little light. Or like, my parents got a litter of tabby kittens that are part orange and part gray, or gray and black. Or black and orange with gray markings. That's cute. But let me give you an example. Void. Void cat. Yeah, so Max at night likes to hide under the bed in the dark and scare me or my girlfriend. Aww. Little baby void. But like, basically what I'm saying is that the reason why people call black cats voids is just because of them being black. And so, because of that, if you're in a very dimly lit area to where there's spots of darkness, to where there's no light there, a black cat could just be chilling out there. So the only way you'd be able to know if they're there is if they just crawl out from there and just scares the hell out of you. One night he made my girlfriend scream getting out of the shower because he leaped in the darkness. That's such a cute little kitten. Oh, wait. I just remembered something, Cherry. So, I think a few days ago you sent me an image of, something that you saw. I'm really fast at typing. I gotta send you a pic of Max. Be right back. I hate voice cracks. I'm gonna get a drink of water real quick. And almost trip. Okay. That didn't take very long. Ugh. Also, if you hear any sniffling, don't worry, I'm not sick. It's just allergies and sinuses. Anyway, so, oh, wait. I was gonna go into Discord real quick. Oh, wait. Why did I do that? I just closed out of Discord. Oh. Okay. 498 South Rural Street. I wonder if it's still there. Is it? There it is! There it is. I found it. Hey, Pontiac. Wait, no, that's a Mitsubishi. I thought this was a Pontiac for a second. Anyway, so I came back and I stubbed and bruised my fucking toe. Ouch. Yeah. I remember you sent me an image of that and you sent me the address of where it was. And so I went over here to see it. And like at first I didn't see it right away. Cause the way I would say spawned in, but it's not really spawning. I was over here. And so I moved a little bit. And so I was over here. Oh. Aww. It's so cute! Oh. Oh my gosh. We don't deserve cats. Seriously. They're so flipping adorable, even though some of them can be dicks, but that's just cats, man. They have personalities of their own. Oh. There's the little void. It is so cute! That is so flipping cute! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Max is so adorable. That is so cute! I know I keep saying that, but it's the truth. Oh, what? Yeah, he's pretty big for a 2-month-old. Then again, I think... Don't cats usually grow pretty quickly? He's hyper and he's full of energy. Same for Scooter. I would expect nothing less from a pair of very cute cats. Anyway, so getting back to my little rant about school. So I already talked about the shorts situation with my cousin, which he wasn't in trouble, don't worry, he wasn't. Because my aunt literally said that if it happens again, then she'll talk to the school personally. I wonder who is at fault on the crash. I don't know. Oh. This way. Oh, what the? Huh? I didn't realize there was a police bike over here. Wait. Is this the same day? There's a Pontiac. Yeah, at first I didn't know if that was a police bike, but I saw the lights at first and I was like, oh wait, are those just the reflectors? And then I looked closely at the guy next to it, and it looked like he had a helmet, and I was like, wait a minute, it looks like they have handcuffs. As for who's at fault, so what I'd like to think is that either... Okay, so... Looks like the Buick is at fault. Yeah, because it looks like they T-boned them. Now, granted, Oh, oh, there's more. So we have fire response and some more police vehicles. This is actually really cool looking at this. Like, I know that sounds weird to say, but I actually really enjoy seeing these little things on Google Earth. Like, I know car crashes are nothing to scoff about. They're nothing to be, like, entertained at. Like, whoa, that was so cool. That car just flew up in the air and exploded. You would normally say that in a video game, though, but that's different. We're talking about real life. It's just, it's fascinating in a sense, but not fascinating like, wow, I really enjoy this. I didn't know Google Maps would capture that. Trust me, you ain't seen nothing yet. There have been... Yeah, if that was you, that would have been scary. Yeah. But the thing is, this isn't the only crazy thing that I've heard that Google Earth and Google Maps have captured. Because there is lots. I mean, lots of weird, sometimes goofy, sometimes strange, sometimes downright creepy stuff on Google Earth. He left his helmet on there. People think baby on board on cars is a sign saying, oh, hit me. They've seen it too many times. Yeah, see, the amount of times I see this kind of stuff every single day, like, there are constantly car crashes in Texas and any part of the world. But in Texas in particular, there's a lot of crazy people. Now, not everyone here is crazy, alright? But I'm also not saying Texas is completely safe. So I did say a long time ago that I did briefly want to start driving a car. Edmond has a lot of car crashes. I can imagine. I did briefly say a long time ago that I did want to start driving for a while. And I did technically drive a car once. It was it was a pickup truck that my step-grandfather owned. Little S10 got T-boned by a tanker semi. Oh. Oh, dang. Let me guess, the little S10 turned into a pancake? That sounds mean. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying, and then I'll get back to my school rants. So I did drive the truck. I'm willing to assume the S10 driver got killed. Or at least heavily injured. Anyway, so what had happened was, oh, hello. I'll check it out in a moment. So what happened was I drove the truck and I was taught the basic controls of how to drive a car. And so I knew how to change gears, I knew how to drive, how to brake, how to reverse and everything, how to steer. Oh shit. But the thing is though, I was just so deathly afraid that something would happen, even though it was just me and my step-grandfather, who I called Papa Mike, but sometimes I would call him Magoo. In fact, nowadays I still call him Magoo, just as a tribute to him, because he passed away 2 years ago as of this month. Um, just had to think about it actually. But I got so freaked out from driving the truck because I thought something bad was gonna happen. Partially because I was driving like an idiot. Like I wasn't driving willy nilly like. Um. Oh. Uh. Ooh. Wait, a Buick? What kind of Buick was it? An SUV? Or was it like a little sedan Buick? Whoa, fuck. That's scary. Oh. Oh. Anyway, so whenever I was driving the truck, I wasn't driving like driving like a madman. I was driving slowly to make sure that I was doing everything correctly. One of those Buick LeSabres or LeSabres or crossovers. Oh, yeah, it does look like the older Buicks before they did the massive remodel of the cars. You know, whenever they did those commercials like, "That's not a Buick." Does it have the badge? It's a Buick. May not look like the old ones, but it's still a Buick. Anyway, so I was driving slowly in the truck to make sure that I didn't lose control or anything like that. But whenever I would brake, I would oftentimes like press the brakes hard because I wasn't really used to it. Because, like, again, my first time driving a vehicle. And granted, with time, you'll get more and more used to it. But it's not that I didn't like driving. It's just my grandparents on both my parents' sides are dead. That's tough. Sorry to hear about that. But anyway, during the drive, I got so scared that I was gonna do something wrong. That I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. 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 And I would keep saying it until eventually Magoo said, okay, we'll stop. And so I got out of the truck, and so he got onto the driver's side. Now, bear in mind, he told me that the truck had power steering. And I do believe him. It's just, the truck is from the early 2000s, I think. Or from the 90s or something like that. I think it was the early 2000s. But, a vehicle like that, the power steering probably isn't as good as a newer vehicle. Because, the systems probably have worn down. But it's not that I couldn't steer it. Because I was able to steer it no problem. Grandma Ariel, 1919 to 2005. Grandpa Albert, 1920 to 2008. Grandma Lisa, 1940 to 2011. Grandpa Tyler, 1944 to 2018. At least they lived good lives, though. There's something to be happy about. I hope that didn't sound rude, by the way, whenever I said that. It's just, whenever I hear about people who Jesus Christ. It's, Okay, now I regret what I was saying about people living a happy long life. Because, granted, Grandma Ariel, Grandpa Albert, and Grandma Lisa probably, I hope they lived good lives, but your Grandpa Tyler, probably had depression. I don't mean to make that into a joke, but, oh, they did? That's good. It's just, I don't know. Losing people is never fun. Whether it's like losing a friendship or losing a loved one. And in terms of losing people, I'm talking about like, in terms of losing a friendship because, someone just decided to disconnect from you, like, that's sad enough. Tyler did have depression since Lisa died. In 2012, he got so sad he couldn't function. That is sad. Dang. And it took him 2 attempts, I think, before he actually, That's heavy. This October is going to be 10 years since lost my uncle. I heard in 2015 he tried to... Okay, that right there, the one that you just sent, that's exactly how I lost my uncle. Years. Anyway, sorry about getting... I wasn't getting emotional, though, because, like, granted, I'm not a repressed person. I know how to exhibit emotions. He would have been 78 this year. Dang. So I'm very sorry to hear about that. Turning 78 in September, so he would have been 78 next month. Dang. You know what, though? Even though they may not be alive physically, I'm sure they're all very proud of you. Oh, dang. Anyway, getting back to, I guess I should get back to the school rants, because that's one of the main subjects of the stream. So, I already talked about the shorts thing. Now, let me talk to you all about the series of events. He died in December. Dang. December, the holidays. That's even worse when you think about it, because, like, that's right around Christmas time. Hello, YouTube. Like, December 28th-ish, since it was after... Oh. You did get to spend time with him for Christmas, right? Or did you just want to be left alone, or what? Anyway, so, I'm gonna try and remember what I can about my years in school. Okay, that's really sad. Oh, he went missing? That's terrifying. I mean, granted, like, a few days later, it was found out what happened, but... Oh my gosh. That's horrible. Anyway, sorry I keep breaking away from that to get back to the stuff I was talking about. And people and police and family went looking for him, and he didn't show up at his house. So we went to a secluded area then. Anyway, it took us like 3 or 4 days before we found him. I honestly don't know what else to say about that. He was in the woods near an interstate that was very busy. Okay, well that's even worse, because I'd imagine a motorist or two probably saw that, which is even worse when you think about it, because if you hear me sniffling, I'm not getting emotional, it's just allergies. I swear, it's not emotions. It's just, I've been dealing with sinuses for like the past week or two. And you know how with sinuses your head sometimes feels like it's being squished by pressure? That's exactly how I'm feeling. And it's even affected my jaw. Anyway, so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try my best to remember all of the events that happened to me in school. He claimed on the note that his will go to nobody. Turns out it went to a church. Well, some will that turned out to be. Anyway, so what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and remember all the events that happened to me throughout my years of school in sequential order. Starting off with, well, it's kind of hard to say because I know I went to summer school, but that's not really anything memorable, although I did see my mom every once in a while. That's nothing really eventful. It's just, my life as a little Brandon. He did leave me his Toyota Camry from 2000 to 2001, but I can't drive it without crying. I just can't go near it. It'll hurt that bad. I can imagine why, I'd imagine that you spent a whole lot of time whenever you were little with your Grandpa Tyler, and I'd imagine that he drove you everywhere in that thing. So, I can't possibly imagine how much that hurts. I don't know. I can imagine, but at the same time, it's unfathomable how much pain that would be to deal with, Anyway, yeah, he did with Grandma Lisa, since Grandma Lisa was disabled. That's sad. Both of her legs were removed due to cancer in the 90s before I was born. That's horrible. In 98, 2 years before I was born. That was a year after I was born. Because I was born in 97. Anyway. Oh, wait. Oh. So it was either 98 or 99, so it was either a year or two after I was born, which I'm not trying to make that about me, it's just, that'd be interesting to point out. Anyway, so, starting off with elementary school in terms of memorable things I would like to rant about. Alright. So, elementary school, first thing I could bring up is something that irks me even to this day. So, little baby me, not actually a baby, but like in 2000 when I was born, she gave up her driver's license just for me. Aw. So Tyler drove us everywhere. Oh. I can imagine you guys had a whole lot of fun times though. Anyway, so getting back to the kindergarten thing. So whenever I was saying little baby me, I don't mean like an actual baby. It's just it's my own personal slang for like really really little kids, usually in kindergarten. Cause like, it's you're really really little, all that stuff. So you're probably wondering, there's a photo of me in the baby book of Tyler putting me in a baby seat near the steering wheel of me holding it. Aw. And the date was 10/7/2000. I almost said 2010, but 10/7/2000. I think it was 3 that year. Yeah. Anyway, so I was born the 5th of June 2000. So you were 4 months old at that point. It's cute. Anyway, I'm not trying to like be rude whenever I say anyway and getting back to my stuff, because I am reading your comments. It's just I'm trying to juggle all that stuff, but I'll read whatever I can. But anyway, so you're probably wondering, well, wait, what irked you in kindergarten? For one, being a kindergartner, and bear in mind, this was far, far before I knew what autism or Asperger's syndrome or any of that stuff was. So at that time, I didn't know I had a mental condition. Ariel and Albert, I never saw much since they lived in Maine, and I was born in Texas. I didn't know you were born in Texas. That's cool. So you were born a Texan. But anyway, so you're probably wondering, well, wait a minute. What does your behavior in kindergarten in kindergarten have anything to do with what irks you? So naturally, kindergartners, they're like, they behave how any kindergartner would, They act crazy sometimes, but that's what you would expect. What if I were to tell you that I was held back in kindergarten? But it wasn't because of anything I did, like I believed for a very long time. Moved to Edmond in 2004 with Lisa and Tyler. Ooh. Well, Lisa died in the hospital in Oklahoma. And as you said earlier, Tyler went near a interstate in a wooded area, and that's where they yeah. So anyway, what does a kindergartner's behavior have anything to do with what irks me in the present day, like right this moment? So naturally, any kindergartner, I wouldn't say they're misbehaved, it's just how little kids are because they don't really know any better. But, as I said before, I was held back in kindergarten. You're probably thinking, well, wait, why? Did you do something bad? No, not at all. So what happened was I had a teacher named Miss Clifford, I believe. I think that was her name. It was either Miss Clifford or Miss Staples, I don't remember. His house is still there, same with his camera in the garage, but the government or whatever wants to bulldoze it down since it's vacant since 2018, and they think it's haunted. The ghost of Tyler. Isn't there some way to prevent them from bulldozing it? Because ideally, you would want the house to remain there to remember, like, sort of like a memento to the good times that you had growing up, you know? I know that sounds a bit weird to say, but, like, if it's a place that you grew up in, you probably wouldn't want them to bulldoze it down because that's like taking a piece of your memory away from you. In a sense, like you still remember the good times there. It's just that physically the place that you grew up in wouldn't be there, so it's like a piece of you went away. Please note, I'm not a psychic. Anyway, so getting back to the subject, again, not trying to be rude there. So, as I said, I got held back in kindergarten because, you might be thinking, well, what happened? Did you do something to another student? No, not at all. Because again, remember, kindergartners don't really know any better because, they're really, really little. They have no concept of them doing bad or good. Unless they actually do something bad and they know they're doing something bad, like having a voice crack. I'm 25 and I'm having voice cracks that make me sound like I'm in puberty. Anyway, so I didn't do anything bad at all in kindergarten as far as I'm aware. I mean, I did occasionally get in trouble with the teachers because, I made loud noises and stuff. But so do a lot of other kindergartners. Sent a picture of my toe I stubbed since it hurts badly on Discord. That was my phone. If you heard the thunk, that's my phone. But I never did anything bad in terms of, like, morally bad. Right? This better not make me lose my dinner. Because I ate dinner a few hours ago. Skin and nail went purple. Ouch. Anyway. Trust me, I've seen way worse, but that's pretty bad though. But yeah, like naturally a kindergartner is going to be disruptive in class, but I never did anything that was morally considered bad. So I never assaulted someone. No, Max, no, don't lick it. No, kitty, no. No. Anyway, I just had this mental image of your cat doing that. Anyway, so, like I was saying, I never morally did anything bad, nor did I morally do anything good. So, I was a neutral kid. I didn't do anything bad or good. Like, in terms of, like, morality. I didn't, you know what I mean, right? I was just your average run-of-the-mill kindergartner kid. Problem was, though, as with any kindergartner, I would occasionally act up. I would have random outbursts, I would get excited all the time, all that other stuff. Typical with any kindergartner, because, they're just learning, but at the same time, they don't know any better. Well, guess what? Come to find out at the end of that school year when I started kindergarten in my old school, which still exists to this day, I got held back, so I had to repeat kindergarten. One time in kindergarten, I pissed in the teacher's drink thinking I could get her pregnant since I had a crush on her. I do admit she was hot, maybe not now. Yeah, maybe not now. Probably all saggy and wrinkly. Just saggy lady. Did you ever get caught? Anyway, ow. I had one of my legs resting underneath the other, so that's why I had to move around like that. She was like mid-20s in 2005. I mean... Oh, you didn't get caught? Wow. That's impressive. Anyway, yeah, so I didn't do anything as far as I'm aware in kindergarten that I would consider getting in trouble for. Now, it's important to note in kindergarten that we had a penalty system where we would have these colored pegs, one for each name, and whenever we did do something bad, our peg would move. So technically I did do some bad stuff. I had my pants down too in my Thomas underwear. Anyway, I'd pull my pants down on the floor and piss. And you never got caught for any... You never got caught for that. At all. Until 4th grade. You were in the pissing on the floor phase for a long time. I hope that doesn't sound like I'm making fun of you, by the way, because I don't really like to do that in a way that makes it sound like I'm being mean. It's amusing. Anyway, so technically I did get in trouble, but it wasn't to the point where it was like, but my teacher did spank my bare butt and I screamed. They allowed that? I thought they outlawed spankings in school like a very long time ago. Because it not only hurt, but it scared me. I mean, I'd be scared too if it was unexpected. I think they had an episode of King of the Hill about that, because one of the students was being an asshole to Peggy, and so she spanked him just off of a whim because she was tired of him being a jerk. They did, but in 2010 they banned it, I think. I thought they banned that back in the 60s or something. That's a good show. I think they're going to be rebooting it too, is what they announced a few months ago. Anyway, getting back to the subject at hand. So, while I did technically get in trouble, it wasn't to the point where I was being grounded at home. But you're probably... From what I've heard, the reboot's gonna have a time leap where now it's 10 years later, I think. Which makes sense, because I think the series ended 10 years ago, I think. Yeah, I think. Anyway, so, you're probably wondering, well, wait, how did you get held back then? For the longest time, I always, oh, So it's 12 years ago. Okay. But I always thought that the reason why I got held back was because of my behavior. But here's the thing, though. Why didn't any of the other kindergartners have that issue? They all moved on to the next grade. Meanwhile, little baby me, got held back because of behavior issues. Well, guess what? Guess fucking what? Several weeks ago, or not several, it was a couple of weeks ago, I talked to my papaw because I was talking about how growing up, I think I talked about something about kindergarten or something, and then I said that I still can't believe I got held back in kindergarten because of my behavior. He right there and then corrected me. Now you're probably thinking, well, wait, did he do it like in a harsh way? No. What he did was he corrected me and swiftly told me that I didn't get held back because of my behavior. My teacher held me back just for no reason. Because she couldn't handle a kindergartner. I'm not joking. I'm not joking in the slightest when I literally say I got held back for no other reason than because my teacher was just stupid. She didn't know how to do her fucking job. At all. Now you're probably thinking, well, what makes you say that? Out of all the students in the entire kindergarten class I was in, who literally behaved pretty much the same exact way as me. Now granted, because of the fact that, again, at the time I didn't know I had a mental condition. And nowadays I know very well I have a mental condition and I used to take medication until it stopped working correctly. So now I stopped doing it and now I'm a fully functioning member of society. But my point being, even had I have known if I had that, which I did not know at all at the time that I had a mental condition whatsoever. I didn't know about it until middle school, basically. But what I'm saying is that even if I didn't have a mental condition, I would still likely act the same way. I would have random outbursts, I would get all excited and all jumpy and all that stuff. That's typical with a kindergartner, right? Kindergartners act like that. But I got held back because this fucking dumbass of a teacher decided to call my papa a whole lot about the way I was acting, instead of properly handling it herself by trying to calm me down if I ever acted up. Because of this, I ended up getting held back because of her. It wasn't because of anything I did. It was all because of her. So that's my first rant. My first rant is about how I got held back in kindergarten because of something that I had no control over. Hell, no kindergartner would ever have control over that. They're kindergartners. Do you honestly think that they would know how to control themselves behaviorally at that age? No. So why does that teacher decide, well, Brandon's acting stupid again, so I might as well just call his grandfather and tell him, instead of doing the right thing and, trying to calm him down as best as I can? No. She never once did that. She called him every single time, even whenever I was just getting a little excited. Which, again, any kindergartner would have that issue. And it's not necessarily an issue. No. That's just how kindergartners act. They don't know any better. But yeah, so that's my first little rant about school, about how shitty it was, and to the best of my ability, my sequential order of events. So, how about we get to number 2? I'm not talking about the bathroom, I'm talking about the second event. The lava incident. I should mention there was no actual lava involved. No. I was in first grade at this point, and I was eating lunch, I believe. Actually, no. Before that, I do have one other thing I would like to rant about. I think this also happened in first grade, or maybe it might have been kindergarten. I don't remember. I think it was kindergarten. But for a bit of context about what I'm about to talk about, typically, little kids, they typically have their parents pack up their lunch, you know, maybe a Lunchable, or maybe the parents just make the food themselves, like a sandwich, maybe an apple or a candy bar or something, just making a little lunch for their kid. That's all well and good, right? And that happened to me. Only it wasn't my parents, because I lived with my papaw and Pamela. But what would happen is my aunt, and she actually talked to me about this while I was gone in Colorado a few weeks ago. So I remember this vividly when she told me. So what happened was, for a while in my life, I would have my lunch packed by her. She would make me sandwiches, she would pack Cheetos, she would pack me a drink, she would pack me a candy or two. That's all well and good, And sometimes it was a PB&J sandwich, sometimes it was a ham and cheese. It didn't, like, it was just, it varied, but it was still a very, very good lunch. I loved every single bite. What if I were to tell you that what I'm about to tell you still pisses me the hell off to this day? You're probably thinking, well, wait, what is it? Did someone poison your food? No. My lunch was perfectly fine. There was nothing wrong with it. At all. But what happened was, one day I was eating lunch. I was eating my sandwich, and I had my Cheetos open, and I ate some. And I ate some of my sandwich. And naturally, whenever you eat Cheetos and you get Cheeto prints on your hands and you start eating a sandwich, naturally you would get Cheeto prints on it. Now, to my recollection, I don't know if it was a PB&J sandwich or if it was a ham and cheese. I think it was a ham and cheese or a bologna and cheese or something along those lines. Apparently the teachers did not like that. Because what happened, and this still pisses me off. Because, granted, I can't do anything about it nowadays, because it was, at least 20 years ago at this point. But what happened that day was I was eating my sandwich, and of course I got Cheeto prints on it, because, my favorite chips at that time were Cheetos. I still love Cheetos to this day, too. Wait, Sherry, are you still there? Sorry for rambling on so much. It's just... Anyway. What happened was one of my teachers saw what I was eating. They saw one good look at the sandwich with the Cheeto prints. And you know what they ended up doing? They took my lunch, said, I'm not eating that. No, they literally told me, Brandon, you're not going to be eating that. And they threw my lunch in the trash. I never had a chance to finish it. And from that day on, I had to eat the school lunch. That's right. They took the lunch that my aunt and my uncle made me. Both of them worked together to make me a really good lunch that I absolutely freaking loved every single day. And they just took it and threw it in the trash. Like, that's not their right to do that. That's not their lunch. At all. Like, what gives them the right to take a little kid's lunch just because, oh, well, they have Cheeto prints on the sandwich, so that's disgusting, and just toss it in the trash just because to them it doesn't look good? I never had a problem at all with my sandwich or with any parts of my lunch. It was delicious every single time I had it. It didn't matter if I had Cheeto prints on a PB&J or if I had Cheeto prints on a ham and cheese sandwich. No. I never got sick from that at all. Because if they were thinking that, that's not the case. I never got sick from it. What I did get sick of was that. That one day, everything changed, and my perspective of school changed from, oh, I love school, to, I fucking hate this place. And it was all because of that one day. All because of that one fateful, yet still frustrating day, where they thought, well, Brandon's sandwich has Cheeto prints on it, and while I will admit he's probably enjoying his lunch, but it looks very disgusting. We don't know who made it, so we're just going to throw this in the trash and give you a shitty school lunch to substitute. And from that day on, my life changed. And the thing is, you're probably wondering, well, wait, you said that you talked to your aunt about that, right? Yes. And she and I can agree on one thing. The teachers never should have done that. It was not their property to take away and throw away. It was not their food to tamper with. Was it them that put the Cheeto prints there? No. Not at all. That was my food. It doesn't matter if I put Cheeto prints on the food. Seriously. Food's meant to be enjoyed. Cheetos naturally leave residue on stuff. So why are they so worried about a child's lunch that has very, very little, in fact, nothing to do with the teacher, because the teacher didn't make the lunch. A relative of mine made the lunch. So why does that concern them? Why does that concern them in any degree to the point where they're just thinking, you know, Brandon, I don't think you should be eating that. It looks very disgusting. Because you have Cheeto prints all over that sandwich and you're making a big mess. I was a kid. Do you think a kid would know how to keep clean? No. Do you think a kid would know how to keep Cheeto prints off of a sandwich? No. But where I draw the line is when a teacher decides to take a child's lunch. And this doesn't necessarily happen to me, like, it doesn't necessarily have to be just me I'm talking about. This could be any child out there who has ever had that happen, where a teacher takes one good look at their packed lunch that their parents or their aunt or maybe their bigger brother or any kind of relative of theirs took the time, sweat, and tears to make. Not necessarily tears, but you know what I mean. Like, the people that worked very hard to make a delicious meal for their kid. It's not entirely, like, the healthiest thing, but that doesn't matter. It's a lunch. But when teachers decide, I don't think this child should be eating this because they're getting Cheeto prints on a sandwich. It doesn't matter. That is their food, not yours. It is not up to you to decide what they eat. That's like if I went up to their car and sold it and then gave them a really shitty car and said, yeah, I don't really like how your car looks, so I'm just going to give you this bad one and see if you like it. That's literally the equivalent. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're a teacher out there and you even think about doing this, take a good long look in your life and don't do it. Do not, under any circumstances, take a lunch away from a child. Doesn't matter if it was little me or a little kid nowadays. Because you know what? That's not your lunch to take. That's not your lunch to throw away. That's not your lunch to replace with something that's of inferior quality. Okay? Because nothing, that voice track sounded the same as the other one. Nothing will ever compare to a homemade meal. Like a sandwich, chips, maybe a candy or two to satisfy your sweet tooth, a drink like a soda or a Gatorade or something. It doesn't matter. But the very millisecond that you decide to lay your hands on a child's lunch and outright tell them, you're going to have to eat our school lunch from now on. We don't like how this looks. And you just toss it all away. That is the point of no return. And that is the point of where the parents will be very fucking pissed off with you. And even to this day, I'm still pissed off about it. Because I remember loving those lunches. Alright? I still distinctly remember the texture of the sandwiches. It was white bread. Ham. Not like the thin sliced ones that are all floppy. I'm talking about the bologna ham. Cheese, or hell, even PB&J. Yeah. Voice cracks, man. They suck. Getting too passionate about it. But you know what I mean, though, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it's a PB&J sandwich, or if it's a ham and cheese sandwich with mustard or mayo or whatever. And, hey, whatever, they have Cheeto prints on it. That's not your decision to take away the food from a child who's just trying to enjoy their food. Okay? Again, that's like if someone took your car, sold it, and then gave you a really crappy car as a replacement and said, yeah, your car really wasn't good, so I'm going to give you this one. That's basically what I'm trying to say. But yeah, that's my second rant. Now to the third rant, which I originally was going to make the second rant, but I remember the lunch thing. The third thing I would like to rant about is the aforementioned lava incident. Now, again, I should mention there was no actual lava at all. There was no lava in any way, shape, or form. Except by mention. I mentioned lava. We weren't near lava or anywhere in lava. But what had happened was I was in lunch, and there was a girl that was talking to me, just yammering on and on and on, and I didn't really like what she was saying, and it was really pissing me off. So, without even thinking, little baby me decided to say, I'm gonna dip your parents in lava. There was no prior warning to that. I didn't think about saying that. I just did it. I literally told this girl that I was going to dip her parents in lava. Now, bear in mind, I didn't know what lava was. I just heard the word. So, I just said, I'm going to dip your parents in lava. Because I knew what it looked like. I didn't know what it was exactly. I just knew what it looked like and what the word was. This little girl, I don't even remember her name, but I remember this very moment. She told on me. Just for that. And guess what? I got in trouble for threatening a child's parents. For literally no reason. No reason in particular. I got in trouble because I told a parent, I told a girl, I'm gonna dip your parents in lava. And the school thought that was serious, by the way. Bear in mind, we're nowhere near any sources of lava or any kind of volcanic area. You really want to know where I was? Because I will show you my school. Not the docks, but I just want to show you exactly the area I was in, alright? So, here's the city I used to live in. This is where I live now. You know, that's all well and good. Right? There's Yale Elementary School. There it is. The very place where I went to elementary school for most of my life. I'll get to the later part. Anyway. Oh, that's cute. The kid's waving at the car. Yeah, this is where I went. And you can faintly see it, but this little area over here is where the cafeteria doors are. Alright? Now, hopefully I can actually, like, drive into the, okay, I can't. But that's where the cafeteria doors are. Alright? Wait, is that little cabin thing still there? Oh, it's still there. Good. Yeah, like, this is the school I used to go to, right? But, yeah. So, if you notice anything, there's no volcanoes, there's no lava. So I don't know how this stupid girl... I'm not trying to be sexist, by the way. It's just... How does she take this so seriously? Seriously. How do you take that as a serious threat? Because first of all, I had no access to lava. I had access to a swimming pool, but it's not filled with lava. It's water. So, how did the teachers take that seriously? No. I want to ask this. What teachers thought it was okay to act like, oh, he sounds pretty serious? For God's sakes. I was in first grade. First grade when I said this. Or I think it was still in kindergarten. No, it was in first grade. Because I think they had the kindergartners in a certain section of tables, and then as you moved up in grades, you would sit in different sections. But, yeah. I'm gonna get a drink of water real quick. Again! something and it like hurts your throat. Or, like it hurts right here on your chest. It sucks. Love you, buddy. Alright, I'm back. Anyway, yeah, so, I don't know how the hell these dumbass teachers thought that me saying that, bear in mind, so I was born in 97, so I think it was 2001 or 2000. It was either 2001, 2002, or just 2000 that I went to school. Because by 2000 I was 3. And I think typically the age of which you go to kindergarten is like 5 or 6 or something. I think it was 5. So by the time I did this, I was in 1st grade, which meant I was 7. Because as I said earlier, I got held back in kindergarten for no reason, which I'm still mad about. But again, a 7-year-old. Now, I can understand if a little kid says that they're going to threaten to kill someone, like, I have a Bowie knife at home and I'm gonna stab you. Like, I can understand being worried about that. But when a child says that they're gonna dip someone's parents in lava, first of all, how do you figure a child's gonna do that? They have no access to a crane or any kind of robot or anything like that that would be able to do that. At all. Alright? Second of all, that girl I was talking to is likely around my age group at that time. So, probably around my age, probably the same age. Why? First of all, that's tattletaling. I know that's kind of a childish thing to say as a 25-year-old, but that's literally being a tattletale. You're literally tattling on someone because they said something that, by the way, will never happen. Ever. I don't know what kid my age would have access to lava that they would dip their parents into. But seriously, like, the school took this seriously, so I got in trouble. Like, they even called my papaw for that. And I did get in trouble for that, but it wasn't where it's like I was grounded. It's just, Brandon, don't say that again. That's really bad. But, again, how did I get in trouble for something so stupid? What? That's like if a 5-year-old told another 5-year-old in kindergarten, since you made me mad, I'm gonna feed your parents to sharks. And they somehow get in trouble for that. Again, bear in mind, I was 7, I think. Either 6 or 7, I don't remember. But my point being, why did the school take this so seriously as to send me home because of something so trivial? Again, like, now, if I did have access to lava and I was, like, older, like, this age, then it would make more sense. But we're talking about a 5, 6, or 7-year-old telling another kid within that same age range that you're gonna dip their parents in lava. But no, the teachers didn't even crack a smile or laugh or anything like that. They didn't say, "Oh, that's just silly. That's just goofy." No. I literally got in trouble for this. Now, granted, nowadays it's just a minor thing, but I'm still pissed off about that because I never should have gotten in trouble for that in the first place. Like, how the hell do you get in trouble for something so stupid? Like, again, bear in mind, I was either 5, 6, or 7. I think it was like 6 or 7 at that time. And this girl was probably the same age. And she was saying something that I didn't like. I don't remember what exactly it was, or maybe it was just her being annoying. But like, I literally just randomly said that out of the blue. I didn't even think about it. Because otherwise I would have remembered saying, I remember telling a girl that I would do this. Like, I do remember saying that, partially because of the aftermath. Because, you know, obviously something like that's going to stick with you forever. But as for, like, the actual thoughts in my head, I never actually thought about saying that. I just randomly said it off the top of my head. And this girl thought, oh no, my parents are in trouble. I better tattle on him. Now, if I was the principal and I saw little baby me right in front of him, I would say, yeah, you're not in trouble, because any little kid your age would probably say the same thing. Because we're not going to take that seriously. Like, what kind of dumbass school thinks, well, I think a 7-year-old just threatened a girl with dipping their parents in lava. I literally did say dip your parents in lava. Like salsa or something. So yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing. So yeah, that's rant number 3 is not really a rant, more just storytelling, but I do have a rant about that. Alright? To any schools out there who, you know, I'm talking specifically about elementary, because obviously they would have kids that would say some weird shit like that. To any schools out there who take that kind of stuff seriously, like whether it's a little kid saying, I'm gonna send my army of robots to your house so they can blow it up, or I'm gonna send my giant attack dog to eat you, and you take it seriously, what is wrong with you? No. Seriously, what is wrong with you? Why would you take that seriously? For one. Number 2, if a little girl or a little kid of any age, gender, you know, identity, whatever it may be, why would you take that seriously? Why would you take what a little child says that someone else said to them seriously? Now, I can understand if it's a little child that's literally like harming another one, like punching them in the face or something, and then telling them, as long as I keep this up, you're going to be beaten to a pulp. Then that would make sense to take disciplinary action against the child. But when they verbally say something, which it has to be something that would make 0 sense. Like what I said about dipping someone's parents in lava, which, granted, saying dipping someone's parents in lava sounds hilarious. Because the proper term would be just like, I'm going to, you know, drop your parents into lava. Like, I'm going to drop your parents out of a bucket into a lake of lava or something. But again, like, who would believe that for a second? Huh? Seriously. So, what I'm trying to say is any school teachers or any kind of faculty who take an actual offense to something so trivial, something so meaningless in terms of, what they're actually saying. Because if you think about the context, I don't see anywhere that would signify lava. I don't. I don't see any place around here that would signify a volcano or anything that would signify any kind of lava or anything like that. So why did you take it so seriously whenever I told a young girl, which was literally about the same age as me, that, oh, Brandon, you're in trouble because you told a little girl that, again, same age as me probably, or a little bit younger, a little bit older, I don't know. But seriously, what kind of teacher takes something like that so seriously? Alright, so me saying that I'm going to dip someone's parents in lava. I know I keep laughing at me saying dipping someone's parents in lava, but it's hilarious. But rest assured, I said that kind of smiling, but otherwise with a straight face, saying, I'm gonna dip your parents in... Okay, now the thought of me actually saying that as an adult is funny. Trying to clear my mind here. I'm gonna dip your parents in lava. And somehow that is a threat. An empty threat. It has no meaning. Nothing will happen. I won't do anything at all. It's just something I said that had no meaning whatsoever. Because I wouldn't actually do it. Because obviously, what 7-year-old would have access to a lava pool? Nobody! Unless you're a supervillain, but even still. But, yeah. But, to give another example of what I mean, say there's like a kindergartner and there's another kindergartner who apparently said something that made that one kindergartner really upset. And so that kindergartner that got upset just simply says, I'm gonna send a robot to hurt you. And the teacher within earshot's just like, Little Billy, you're in trouble. For something so stupid. For something so idiotic. And, again, mindless. Meaningless, and of course nonsensical, because again, like, what child is going to have access to something like that? Nobody. That's who. Nobody. So that's my third rant, is the lava story about I'm gonna dip your parents in lava. Get real, man. Me saying that as an adult, it would sound silly even nowadays. Because, like, for one, I would sound like a 3-year-old trapped in an adult's body. Which I'm not. I mean, I act immature at times, but that's just my personality. I'm goofy at times, but I'm very serious when it gets to that point. But I'm talking about past tense, like whenever I was a little kid. Why on earth would the teachers or whichever staff I was talking to ever take that seriously? At all. Because again, there's no lava near here, is there? I don't see any lava lakes. I don't see any volcanoes. I don't see fucking Mount Vesuvius or Mount St. Helens. I don't see frickin' Kilauea. I don't even see a frickin' Krakatoa anywhere. Or Pompeii. Wait, I already said Vesuvius. I don't see any volcanoes anywhere here in Hurst, Texas. Or anywhere where I live here in NRH. No. So why are they taking that so seriously? Serious. Why are they taking that so seriously that a 7-year-old, I think I was 7. Like I said, I don't remember exactly how old I was when I said that. But rest assured, it was really fucking stupid, right? The fact that they would take that so literally that I would get in trouble for something so trivial that it makes zero sense even nowadays. It makes zero sense that I would get in trouble for something that quite literally, even nowadays as an adult, if I were to say that to someone, like, I'm gonna dip you in lava. First of all, they're just gonna laugh like a dumbass, and I probably would too. And they're gonna be like, "You're not serious about that, are you?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm very serious. I have a lake of lava at home." They're not gonna take that seriously, and they're gonna laugh. Because, you know, it's right now it'd be classified as a joke. But apparently in school, if you say that to another kid that's probably within the same age range as you, or even if they aren't, you know, like, even if they go to the same school and you happen to see them, apparently that gets you in trouble just saying, "I'm gonna dip your parents in lava because you said that." What 7-year-old is going to take that so seriously that they're going to tell on you? That makes zero sense. Anyway. Now for the fourth story. Julian. Pardon the voice crack. Julian. Oh, you mean King Julian, you might be thinking? No. There was a kid that I went to class with one year. I don't know if it was, I think it was second grade, because after second grade I went to another school, which I'll also show off. I actually briefly saw it earlier this year. Me and my papa passed it by. Whoops. But this student, I mean, there was another student who also had these kinds of outbursts, but, you know, like, it's just, it is what it is. I'm still friends with him, by the way. I think his name is Landon, but that's not the subject of this story. No. This rant is regarding this one student that I vividly remember hating a lot. Julian. I don't remember his last name, but this kid was a asshole. A royal pain in the butt. You're probably thinking, "Oh, well, you were in second grade, dude. Come on." A lot can change in a few years. A lot. Now, mind you, that was probably one of my better years because I was pretty well behaved. I didn't do anything stupid. But yeah. Actually, before that, before I get to Julian, I have something else in first grade. So in first grade, I knew two teachers that I remember one of them a little bit, but I remember the other one a lot. So the first teacher is Miss Smith. Miss Smith, her general theme with her room is fish, or was fish. She was... she was rude. But she wasn't that rude. She was alright. She wasn't terrible, but she wasn't great. Then again, what teacher is great? Especially nowadays. But it's the other teacher. It's the other teacher that I really did not like. And I could list a whole lot of reasons why. So why not start with her name? Miss Salita. Now, you're probably thinking, well, judging by that name, she's probably Latina, right? No. She didn't have any hint of, Latina accent. She didn't have any Hispanic accent. But, she was a bitch. She was a royal bitch. She was incredibly rude. She had this constant scowl on her face. She was never happy. She always seemed to take up offense with me for some goddamned reason. I don't know what it was about me that she didn't like, but she always had something mean to say to me. She was an asshole. There's no other way to put it. She was rude. With a capital R. UDE. My God. Where do I even begin? So, how about we start with her in general? As I said before, extremely rude. She had a constant scowl on her face. She never smiled. She was never cheerful at all. She was always grouchy. She always seemed to pick on me for some menial reason. For some stupid, asinine reason. But there were a handful of instances where I just could not fucking stand her. Number one was the Yu-Gi-Oh card incident. So, as the name would imply, yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I never got back. Yeah, you're probably wondering about that. So, I should say that growing up, I was never into Yu-Gi-Oh, like, religiously. And by that, I don't mean, like, an actual religion. I just mean, like, I never had the chance to get the cards. Partially because my mama was so convinced that it would ruin my brain because it has monsters and stuff. 25-year-old me would beg to differ, bitch. But, so what happened was I was outside for recess, and, these kids were having a Yu-Gi-Oh card duel, and one of the kids won, and so he decided to give some cards to some kids, and I asked for one, because I thought they looked really cool. And it's important to note that at the time, I didn't know there was a rule against trading cards at all. And they mean trading cards in general, not just Pokemon. But he said, yeah, you could have one. And I don't remember what the card was, partially because I only saw it for like a minute. But I went right up to Miss Salita, and I said, hey, look what this cool kid gave me. She snatched it out of my goddamn hand. And she said, you're not allowed to have that. It's mine now. She never gave it back to me. Ever. Whatsoever. And you're goddamn right, I'm still upset about that. I am still upset about that, even to this day. Uh. Yeah, so I never saw that card again, and she never explained to me why I couldn't have that card at all. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to see once and for all why they banned trading cards in school. Yeah, so that is the reason why, but it's important to note that they never mention anything about this at all. They never once said to anyone, like, they should have, like, a poster in the hallway that should list the rules in school. Like, if you're a student, like, rule number 1, no trading cards such as Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, or anything like that. Number 2, no violent outbursts or anything like that. You know, so on and so forth. Like that. But they never once explained to me growing up why they were banned. So imagine my surprise when little me, again, I think I was like first or second grade. I think it was first, so it must have been when I was 7 years old. 6 or 7 maybe. So literally the same year where I got in trouble for telling a girl that I was going to dip her parents in lava. I said that with a straight face. Impressive. But, yeah. So that's incident numero uno with Miss Salita. Was the Yu-Gi-Oh card incident. Number 2. So, in hindsight, I never should have said this to her. But it's important to note, again, just to reiterate, I was 6 or 7. I didn't know a thing about what I was saying at all. Ever. But I did have a vague idea of what a gun was. The reason why I say this is because I never actually did this whatsoever, but I did say it to her. But Miss Salita was being her usual bitchy, moany, witchy self, you know, being an asshole towards me for no reason in particular, made me really, really pissed off. And so without even thinking, I literally turned around and said, Miss Salita, if you don't stop, I'm going to get a shotgun and shoot and kill you. That got me in trouble. That got me in deep trouble. Again, it's important to note, I was 6 or 7. I had no conception of what I was talking about. At all. I had never seen a shotgun in all my life. I knew what a gun was, but I didn't know what a shotgun was. I just heard someone say it, and that was that. But apparently that's enough to take seriously, even though, again, 6 or 7-year-old. What are they going to know anything about firearms? I had never seen a firearm in all my life. I mean, I have nowadays, but, you know, I'm talking about, like, when I was real little. But no, just, like, she took me down to the office and told them, Brandon here said he was going to get a shotgun and shoot and kill me. and I got in trouble. Because she, like, first of all, going back to the whole dipping your parents in lava situation earlier, only since I was a little bit older, it was a tiny little bit more believable. But again, like, a little child that age, first of all, they wouldn't be strong enough to hold a firearm. Like, a pistol maybe if it was a small enough and light enough pistol, but a shotgun? How does a 7-year-old know, like, how does a 7-year-old know how to use a shotgun? I'd never seen a gun in all my life at that point. Ever. So what are they gonna do? But no, I got in trouble for that because, I mean, it is a threat, I will admit. So in hindsight, I should have thought about it before saying it. But again, like, just to reiterate, first of all, Miss Salita was a bitch. And mind you, she's probably been long dead by now because she was old. But she was such a fucking asshole. Like, you have no conception of how mean, rude, just plain evil she was. And I'm not just saying that because, school is cruel. No. School, for the most part of my life, was somewhat cool at times, but other times it was shit. This thing in particular was shit. Miss Salita was a piece of shit. I know I keep cursing in my stream. Freedom of speech. Alright? And I'm just speaking my mind. So that was the second incident with Miss Salita. The third incident, now it's important to note that at this point, behind her back, I would call her a mean old granny because she was. I don't know if she even was a grandma, but she was mean, she was old. She certainly looked like a freaking granny. But one day in particular, when I was in the cafeteria, she decided to get all uppity with me for no reason in particular. So I literally called her a mean old granny, and she got upset at me like, "What do you want me to say? You're being an asshole." Now, it's also important to note that I quickly realized something. She was going to make my life a living hell that school year. And sure enough, she did. I vividly remember this, but I did, in fact, get in her face and call her a mean old granny. And you know what? It felt pretty damn good. Standing my ground, getting all up in her face and calling her a mean old granny, because she was. Oh, but it doesn't stop there. Because, thing is, little kid me has heard profanity at that point. It's not because of the video games, even though I had a GameCube at that point. But I did hear the word damn somewhere. So, without even thinking, one day at recess, which, by the way, this is the fourth incident. Also, in case you're wondering about why my fingers like this, I was born like this. My ring fingers, yes, these are the ring fingers, are not straight. Doesn't matter what you do, although if you try to straighten them forcibly, it's probably going to break them. But what ended up happening was in recess, I knew about Sly Cooper because I played a tiny bit of it and I watched someone play it over at daycare. Yes, I went to daycare, but this is not about daycare. Even though I did get in trouble sometimes at daycare, that's a story for another time, I guess. I don't know. But, the reason why I bring up Sly Cooper is that I had a vague idea of what the game series was about, and these two other kids, or three other kids, I think, they all knew a little bit about Sly Cooper. I knew that he was a raccoon and he stole stuff. So we said, hey, let's all play Sly Cooper. And they said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's talk about our robbing stories. And so eventually it gets to me. And I talk about how I almost got away with a really good steal. And then all of a sudden I said, but damn. And before I could even finish, this one little kid's like, I'm telling. He just runs off to a teacher and tells her, Miss Alita, Brandon said damn. Like, he said the D word. I got in trouble for that. Bear in mind, I had never heard a curse word before, and that was my first time saying one. And I got in trouble for it, and I had to sit out a recess. Just for that. Not for anything like hitting another student or anything along those lines. No. It was just for saying the word damn, which isn't even a bad cuss word. You know, because damn could also be, a beaver dam, Or, eternal damnation if you want to talk about that. But, no, we're talking about damn, a minor vulgarity. But apparently the teachers are like, you can't say that. You're in big trouble. Mind you, I had never said a curse word until that point. That was the only curse word I had ever heard at that point in my life. And I just randomly said it. Or not randomly, it's just because, I was trying to get into character, But no, this one little asshole tattletale kid decides, oh, you said a bad word, I'm telling on you. Just runs off to a teacher, tells them what I did, and I had to sit out because we're playing a game and I was getting into character. It's all fun and games until, oops, little Billy said a curse word. He brought about the apocalypse. Tell me where it says that saying a curse word in school is going to ruin someone's life. It's not. Okay, now I understand it is against the rules to do that, especially when you're a little kid. But again, how was I supposed to know? You never told me that curse words are against the rules. So I never said another curse word in school again. To my knowledge, anyway. But, yeah. So, after that school year, going to second grade, I never saw Miss Salita again. She either retired or, hell, she probably died. Either of which is good, because, I fucking hated her. And she hated me, too. Think I'm lying about that? You think that, oh, well, you're probably just not being a very good kid. I was behaving my very fucking best. So it was not that. I was being absolutely behaved. At least the best as I could. I did have those 3 other incidents alongside this curse incident. But, yeah, so, second grade, the aforementioned Julian story. So, Julian was a kid that I vaguely remember a little bit of, but I definitely remember what he did. What was it? He was annoying and he was an asshole. I don't mean just being annoying and nothing else. No. This kid was the very definition of a spawn of Satan. Alright? You're probably thinking, oh, I'm sure he wasn't that bad. Every other day, he would have violent outbursts, getting all aggressive and yelling at the teachers and stuff. He would constantly get in trouble. He would yell at everybody. It doesn't matter what anybody was doing. He would stop class because of what he was doing. He would constantly berate the teachers and yell at them. Literally say every single curse word under the fucking sun. Including that. He just wasn't a good kid at all. He was violent too. He literally kicked and screamed. He punched. He did everything in his power to try and cause as much chaos and turmoil in the classroom every single day that he could. But there were times where he was a decent human being. Few and far between, I guess. But this kid was literally the very definition of the spawn of Satan. He was just the very definition of a nightmare. He was unpredictable. He was literally a psychopath. You would never be able to predict what he did next. He was almost never nice. He was always rude to everybody. He was just not a good kid whatsoever. And we had to put up with it for, I'm pretty sure, the entirety of second grade. Now, it's important to note that also this year, like that school year, I also met another student named Landon, and while he did also have some outbursts every once in a while, that's usually because of some stupid bullshit that the teachers would do. But other than that, Landon was like a really nice kid. And sometimes I would even get to hang out with him because we happen to have been best friends. I hope he's doing good nowadays. But, it was Julian that was the problem. Landon was awesome. But, yeah. Then we have incident number 5. Now, I know okay, well, not incident, event. So it's important to note the person I'm about to talk about, they were not the focus of this next part. Rather, what I think had happened is that Julian was in there for like most of the year, and then he got expelled because of his constant outbursts and, anger issues. And we did get a new student who would turn out to be a really good friend of mine. In fact, sometimes we still talk to each other. And, his name is Donovan. I mean, he's still alive, obviously. Because I just said that we still talk to each other. In fact, let me see if he's online. But, he's a really good friend. One of my best friends. Just realized. Oh. I just checked on Discord and it said I was playing GTA 5. It's because since my Discord account's connected to my PS5, like, it's connected to my PSN, so it showed that I was playing the PS5 version of the game. So, Cherry, earlier they had mentioned that they saw me online on GTA and that was why. I didn't even realize it. But anyway, so Donovan is a really cool guy, right? He still is. He was growing up. He was still really cool. Very good friend. Me and him both loved Nintendo and Sonic and video games in general. And this next thing I'm going to be talking about is more of a minor thing, but it's still really something stupid. I got in trouble for... I'm pretty sure it's just because I was distracted in class. But what happened was I was talking to my friend Donovan, and we were reenacting a scene from Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, because I didn't even know about the Sega Dreamcast at that point. I wish I did. But by reenacting, I don't mean like actually pretending to be the characters, but we were using our hands to pretend to be the characters. So I was Sonic, and Donovan was Shadow, and he was using his hand. And we were reenacting the scene that would lead up to the first Shadow boss fight, or Sonic boss fight, depending on which story that you played first. And we were literally reenacting every single word of dialogue that the characters had said. And then by the time I was talking about making him eat his words, the teacher stopped us, and I think they said, "Don't say that to me." Like, we're literally pretending that we're video game characters, and we're, reenacting what they did in the video game. What do you want us to do? Just mouth the words? But no, seriously, like, this teacher thought, you can't tell someone to eat their words. That's illegal. Don't know why that happened. Oh, Jesus. And now we get to the thick of it. 3rd grade, I went to a new school, which I'm going to show off right now. I distinctly remember this place. So, in order of places I went to, so I went to Smithfield Elementary right here as my first school. And I had to do summer school at one point, so I went to a place called Carrie Francis Thomas. Let me see if I could even find it. Trying to remember where it is. There it is. I went here for summer school, but it wasn't even in the actual building. It was in these little trailer looking things. I don't even remember why I went to summer school, but I remember going. But from there, let me tell you about a place called, if I could find it, Yes, here it is. This place right here. I have good memories and bad memories of this place. Mostly good. So it was one of the better experiences in school. But you're probably wondering, well, wait a minute. You had good and bad experiences of this place? What the hell? What's going on? So, this is how the place looks now. Virtually indifferent from how I remember it. Complete with the playgrounds. Still looking good. Ow! Hit my toe on the table. Ow. Anyway, so what happened here? Well, I'll tell you. So, you remember that kid Landon? He lived near this school, and at first, when I first met him, he had to have his parents drive him all the way from around this area, which is where he lived in. Like, he lived around this area all the way to, W.A. Porter. Bear in mind, talking about going from somewhere around here, going here, going here, going there, no, not really there. It would turn here probably, and then here, and then there, and then basically it was a long drive. It took quite a while, which makes sense. But, yeah. Needless to say, it was a very, very long drive. So, naturally, BISD thought it would be best to move us to here, although now it would be a long drive from my house to here, but I rode a bus, so it's all hunky-dory. Oh boy. Where do I begin? So to start, I met a teacher named Mr. Hunter. I don't know if he's still around or not, because I haven't seen him in like 15 years at least. Or at least 15 years. Probably like 17 maybe. But, you're probably wondering, what did he do? Well, he was okay. But he was a bit rude. Now, granted, I still had behavioral problems, but again, that was long before I found out what I had and still have. Don't worry, it's not some bad disease, it's just Asperger's syndrome. Mild case, but still. Yeah. But I would get in trouble quite a bit. So, third grade, it was okay. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't great. It was just okay. It was passable. But I would get in trouble every once in a while. And there was one time in particular where I almost got in trouble with my papaw. But according to my teacher, he gave me mercy because he felt bad for me. Because he could tell that I'm not trying to act the way that I was. Because most of the time, any things that I do that seem bad, most of the time I don't do it with thinking involved. I just do it out of nowhere. But other times I would get really frustrated, and that's the only way I could really vent my frustration is by doing something really stupid. Trust me, I know that well. Chapstick. So, really, the Mr. Hunter year was, well, it was okay. Unbeknownst to me, however, the guy was just going through a whole lot of stress in life, so really it's more just he was frustrated. So he wasn't being mean on purpose, so he wasn't really being mean per se. It's just he was just deeply frustrated, you know? He had a whole lot of stress going on, and it's just hard for a guy. I think he actually left his job just because of how stressful things were getting. And that was after my 3rd grade year. So, there's that. Oh boy. 4th grade, I get introduced to one of my favorite teachers of all time, even though he's pretty strict. But then again, what do you expect when you're approaching your middle school years? But in 4th and 5th grade, I met a teacher named Mr. Bill Combs. No, you don't call him Mr. Bill Combs. You would just call him Mr. Combs. So, as I mentioned before, with Miss Smith, there was a general theme with this classroom. With Miss Smith, it was fish. So, like, oceans and fish. Which I kind of liked, but, boy, oh boy, what you're about to hear. Mr. Combs' theme for his classroom, I will never forget this, was Cowboys in the West. The Wild Wild West. And I'm talking everything. He had a distinct Western accent, which I loved. It had a certain charm to it. He was super nice, although he could be strict if he needed to. But he was very, very nice. The only thing is, though, like, unless there was a very valid reason for you to do so, he didn't really like it whenever students cried. Like, if they didn't get their way or something, that's what I mean. But if it's something really sad that happened, like you just recently lost a family member, he would understand. But he was super cool. So yeah, 4th and 5th grade with him was awesome. Now, granted, I did get in trouble most of the time, but sometimes it was just due to other students getting me into trouble. And that was a learning experience in and of itself, because I learned not to trust people with certain things. But other than that, he was a really cool guy. And let me tell you the reasons why. So, reason number 1. As I said before, the Western theme in general with his classroom. Everything was Western. And I'm talking everything. Even Mr. Combs himself was somewhat Western, because he had that sort of cowboyish voice. You know, like, cowboys have that distinct westerny sort of accent. You know, like, it's basically how a Texan would sound. Now, of course, I don't know if he was born in Texas, but you know what I mean, right? But he literally seemed like an actual cowboy to me. And I know he probably wasn't. He was probably just some guy who really liked westerny stuff. But I like to believe that he himself was a cowboy. But at the same time, I don't know. Maybe just really liked it and wanted to play into a character, I guess. But the decorations, all that stuff was Western themed. And by Western, I don't mean like, you know, based on the West Coast. I mean the Wild Wild West. Speaking of, it was around this time that I was going to Dry Gulch every year since 2004. Yeah, 2004. Because I was 7 that year in 2004. But I first went to Mr. Combs' class in I'm gonna say 2007, leading into 2008, and that was a good year. Jaw still hurts. I am starting to get over my sinus infection though, so that's good. But anyway, so the general theme with the classroom was Western, but it goes way beyond just decorations and stuff. And you know, his general accent having that sort of cowboyish undertone, because every once in a while we would have reading time where most of the lights were turned off and we would be all huddled over by this rocking chair where he would sit and he would read a story. And I distinctly remember this because of the fact that he would read Hank the Cowdog. I think that's what the name was. Right. Yes, this right here. This right here I grew up with because of that class. Like, I didn't read it in my own free time, but anytime he would read that book, he would get in character with all the different characters and stuff. And it was so entertaining because it literally made my mind just wonder and imagine the characters he was reading about. It was so fun. Like, I'm not even trying to exaggerate my emotions right now. It was amazing. Mr. Combs was like my favorite teacher of all time. He really was. So, you know, I was there 4th grade. Nothing really happened in 4th grade or 5th grade. So it wasn't really like a bad time, although I was misbehaved. But there was one time in particular that didn't involve me per se, but I do remember it happening. So what happened was, at recess, my my friend Donovan, he had to pee, and he couldn't hold it, so I don't remember exactly where he peed. Pardon the voice cracks. I don't know why that keeps happening. I think it's just my throat's dry. But he peed somewhere on the playground. And someone saw him, so I think he got in trouble for that. And it was kind of funny, but at the same time, I kind of understood because, like, what are you supposed to do? Your bladder's about to bust. Like, what are you supposed to do? But the one thing that I always enjoyed, every single Friday we would do this. Movie day. Every single Friday we would watch a movie. And if we didn't have enough time to finish the whole movie, we would finish it on Mondays. And you want to know how I distinctly remember that? I'll tell you. It was in my 5th grade. Because you see, 5th grade I went from 2008 to 2009. So during that year I turned 12. It's also important to note that in 2008 a certain movie came out in April, and I happened to have seen it soon after it came out. What movie is that? Yeah. This one. This fucking movie right here I have always loved this movie. I don't care about how flashy it is and how people are like, oh, it doesn't really follow the source material. It's based on an anime. Animes are meant to be over the top. Seriously. Seriously. Like, it literally follows all of the source material. There's comedy, there's action, there's high speed racing, there's all this really, really freaking cool stuff. But you want to know what's really cool about this? Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's cool. So, I just learn something new every day. So, the Wachowskis, are of course film directors and stuff. They're trans. I had no idea until today. That's cool. Actually, I have trans friends, so I always respect trans people. Except for those who fake their transness and act like assholes. Like Chris Chan. I refuse to call them by what their gender pronouns are. Because, I don't respect people like them. Now, actual, like, good transgender people. Now, I also try my best to follow what pronouns people follow or, go by. So, like, if someone goes by they, them, he, him, she, her, I do my best to follow that as best as I can. And if I do make any mistakes, I apologize and say that I'll try and correct myself next time. And you know the rest. But, yeah, so that movie, I distinctly remember that because of the fact that, yeah. So the movie came out, September 16th, 2008. Alright. Anyway, yeah. So I have to say though, this movie was a big part of my childhood. And you're probably wondering though, well, wait, when did your school year start? So that's the thing. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to use an old friend, Wayback Machine. You're probably thinking, well, wait a minute, why are you doing that? Well, that's why. So what I'm doing is I'm going to go here and I'm going to use the Wayback Machine to rewind all the way back to 2008. You're probably wondering, well, wait, why? Because I want to see when the school year started, because I don't know if I'm having a false memory of this, but I can distinctly remember asking if we could watch Speed Racer the movie on a Friday. So what I'm gonna do is I don't think they have anything for there, but I mean, they have something for 2009, but that's about it. This looks promising. Oh, hold on. I have something in my nose. Right. Whatever. Could have sworn though it said something about having captures from 2007. But what I'm trying to say, however, is that I remember asking if we could watch Speed Racer that Friday, and we did. And of course we couldn't finish the movie because it was, I think, 2 hours or something. And I think we reserved the movies for like the end of the day, basically. And it was amazing. And the thing is, you know, like about Speed Racer, it does have some profanity, but nobody said anything about it because they were just so enthralled and so enamored by the movie. It was amazing. We also had popcorn, which is awesome, and drinks. We had to be careful though, but it was amazing. So from elementary school to elementary school to elementary school, where do we go from here? Well, first I have to go to the restroom. Yeah, no, I just went to the restroom, but whatever. Probably also gonna drink some water as well, because my throat's like, my mouth's dry, and there's just a whole lot of other things. Anyway, be back in a few minutes.
I'm back.
Anyway, so as I was saying, middle school happened. No, I was about to get to that. So, what other notable events happened during my time at Foster Village? Well, for one, I don't remember if this was 2007 or not. I think it was. No. Because, I remember this being 2006. Whenever this happened. But it's not anything sad, don't worry. It's actually really cool. So, as you all know, I go to Colorado on occasion. Actually, I've been to Colorado twice this year. The first time was Memorial Day weekend. And again, we went there, the first time we went this year was, it was just me and my papa, and we had to use a U-Haul cargo van to bring stuff over to a storage room, like a storage garage thing. Storage unit. That's what they call it. Storage unit. And so what happened was we did all that. But the other time was more recently, a few weeks ago actually. But before I ever went to Colorado, which my first time was 2016 as a graduation gift, I went to another state that had mountains. Red River, New Mexico. Red River was almost said magic. It was an amazing place, alright? It was magical, not literally magic. I'm talking about, like, in terms of how it made you feel, it was amazing. And the first time I ever went was, I believe, 2006. And, yeah. It was amazing. And how I remember this was, okay, so this over here is the building they would have for the kindergartners, the third graders right here, or not third graders. I think they call it a transitional student. Not transitional. Basically, there were classrooms that were meant for students within a certain grade range. So for this one right here, it would be 2nd and 3rd grade. So I was 3rd grade by the time I went here. This right here was what Mr. Combs' room was. And let me see if I could actually see the window. No, I can't. But, oh, I remember this area. This is where the buses would park. Anyway, this class right here. So we have this class, which is Mr. Combs. This was Mr. Hunter's, and this was the kindergarten class, which I never went inside, by the way. It's just, I wanted to let y'all know that's where it was, because, I just thought it'd be interesting. But, yeah, so this was Mr. Combs. But, when I was in 3rd grade, I was in this class. Now, what happened was, I was in this class whenever a faculty member, it wasn't one of my personal teachers, it was just a teacher, but they said, "Brandon?" I'm like, "Yeah? Someone's here to pick you up. I think it's your papa or something." And I said, "Oh, okay." And so I grabbed my bag, and the first thing I see whenever I get out the door and they point me in the direction where I'm getting picked up at the first thing I see is a passenger van. And I'm not talking about like a minivan. I'm talking about like no, not rental. Just want to see what a rental van looks like. Okay, it doesn't look like this. It wasn't a camper van, but yeah. It was one of these. But it had sliding doors. But we had one of these as a rental for a trip. Come to find out, we were going to New Mexico. So I got picked up in the middle of class going to New Mexico. I was excited nonetheless. Now I should mention that it wasn't just a quick trip there and back. No. This was a few days away from school, and my papa wanted to pick me up and take me along for the trip because he thought it would be fun. And here's the thing. That wasn't the only time I went. I went in 2006, 2007, 2008, and 2009. So 2006 being my first time, I just stayed in the cabin and all that other stuff. We did do some stuff. 2007, they had go-karts that were recently put into the... It wasn't a summer camp, by the way. It was an actual town, and it still exists. Actually, hold on. We'll get back to the middle school in a moment, but there it is. It's a resort town in Taos County. So you can't see it, and if I tried to get my webcam to show you, you probably wouldn't be able to see it all that well. But what I'm gonna do is, well, I'm gonna show you what this place looks like, because you are going to love this. So, the thing about Red River that I distinctly remember is, for one, we had a cabin. This right over here is the area where the cabin is, or was. I don't know if it's still here. Wait. So there's one of these cabins over here. But we had a cabin here, and we would stay in it. And then eventually, of course, I don't know if they still have this place because it's been so long. Oh, yep, here. Here it is. I remember this. This right here. I loved this. So, oh, that looks cool, by the way. I love this. But that right there, this go-kart place, Go-Kart City. I remember this place. First time I went there was, I believe, 2007 or 2008. I don't remember. It was 2007. Yeah. 2007. And, what had happened was, I wasn't quite... Hey, Valiant Thor. How are you doing? Random channel surfing. Glad your surfing brought you ashore. Forgive my terrible jokes. I am a master at bad jokes. Anyway, I hope you're doing well. I'm doing pretty good myself. I'm talking about, well, a while ago I was talking about ranting about school, but I wanted to take a break and talk about my close to you. Close to you. Watching from Los Alamos National Laboratory Isotope Production Facility. Thank you. Huh. That's actually really cool. Wait, Los Alamos. Where's that at? I don't think I've ever heard of that place. But, again, thank you for stopping by. Hold on. Los Alamos. Oh! Well, what a coincidence. I was looking at Red River here. So, for a bit of context about what I was talking about, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but, for a few years, I would get to come here with my papaw because he had a cabin that he had situated here. He didn't build it, but it was like a vacation home that we had for a while. And so my first time coming here, I didn't get to go to the go-karts because we didn't really know about them at all. I think the next year we found out about them, and I wasn't tall enough to drive the go-karts. Or I think it was either 2007 or 2008. I don't remember. I think it was 2008 because 2007 we just did more stuff. 2008 I wasn't tall enough to drive the go-karts, so my papaw had to settle on driving me. So we were in a double-seater, and it was really, really fun. And then 2009. I will never forget this year because two important things happened. Albeit they were a little sad, and I'll get to why. And then after I'm done talking about that stuff, I'll get back to talking about my school experiences and why I rant about it. So 2009, two important things happened. First of all, I went to summer camp for the last time, for couple of years. That summer camp is called Dry Gulch USA, or was called Dry Gulch USA, but is now under a different name. But it's still the same camp, it just goes under a different name. But I went there for the final time as a young camper, and I think a week or two after that, what the heck? Message retracted. What does that mean? Oh, I guess they. Oh. Uh, sorry for rambling on. Um. Anyway, so as I said, I went to Dry Gulch for the last time as a camper because I was 12 at the time, so I was too old to go there again after that. So 12 is the maximum age that you could go as a summer camper. But this was also the last year I would ever get to go to Red River. And I distinctly remember this because this time I actually was tall enough to drive the go-karts. And mind you, the go-kart racing wasn't for like actual like winnings or anything like that. It was just for fun. But I'll be damned if I didn't say I actually won the go-kart race, because I did. And it was freaking awesome. But yeah, for 4 years I went to this place. I didn't live there for 4 years. I just went there for about 4 years. Then, well, I stopped going because my papa had to sell the cabin and all that stuff, you know. But little did I know, in several years' time, a state to the north would call my name. The highest of highs, you might say. Colorado. First time ever going there was after I graduated. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So, going back to the great state of Texas, how about we get back to the story, shall we? And we shall. Starting off with my worst experience in school. And I do mean this literally. I'm not trying to sugarcoat this. I literally had a terrible time at this school for many reasons. And wouldn't you know it, in terms of walking distance, it actually wasn't super far away, but I didn't walk there. I lived close to there, though. But say hello to my old middle school that I absolutely hated. Smithfield Middle. Now you're probably thinking, well, wait, why did you hate it? Did something happen? Oh, you have no idea. Oh boy, where do I begin? For one, the school lunches taste like ass. Number two, it's where I really struggled. Now, you're probably wondering, well, why did you struggle? What was so bad? So, for a bit of a backstory about me, I never really was the greatest at math. And the main reason why is because I was never taught the basics of math in elementary school like I was supposed to. They never taught me that. I don't know why, but they never did. So, you're probably wondering, so what does this have anything to do with middle school? That's one of the things that had to do with middle school. The other thing, that's when I got introduced to a few other things. Namely, bullies. And how not to deal with them. So, yeah. This right here is the outdoor area near the stage entrance over here, I think. And over here would be the cafeteria entrance. Now, the reason why that's important is because of the fact that every single morning before school, I would get dropped off over here, and I would hang out for a while before they eventually let us in. Oh boy. Oh goodness. Let's see. 6th grade, I was introduced to a teacher that nowadays we get along great, even though we haven't seen each other in a couple of years. But the last time I saw her was at my local Walmart a couple of years ago. Miss Casey. Oh, trust me, I've had plenty of run-ins with her and caught her in a bad mood. I'll get to that in a moment. Let's see what else happened, especially in this area. Oh, well, let's see. I got into my first fight. I didn't get beat up, but I did get a beating on my ass, literally. I mistakenly sexually harassed someone after they said they were cold, and I said, I bet your boobs are cold too. Just for context's sake, just like a while ago, whenever I said stuff to teachers and told a girl I would dip her parents in lava, and would act up in kindergarten, even though, kindergartners do that all the time. I didn't think about what I was saying, and it didn't really hit me what I said until after I got reported for it. Needless to say, I learned a very valuable lesson that day. Now, luckily, I wasn't reported to the cops. It was just something that I said off of a whim, and I didn't really think about it. But thinking back on it, I really wish I would have the ability to travel back in time and stop myself, because I was a dumbass. let me just put that out there. I was a dumbass. I still kind of am a dumbass, but not much of a dumbass. It's also important to note that during middle school, I finally learned about my mental condition, which is Asperger's syndrome, otherwise alternatively known as autism spectrum disorder, but I still like to call it Asperger's syndrome because that's what I'm used to. Anyway, so we had the fight, we had the accidental sexual harassment, which looking back on it, I really wish I didn't do that because I feel like an ass. Let's see, had another fight out here, over here, because someone was saying rude things to me. I got an in-school suspension for that. Oh yeah, and over here at the trees, I learned a very, very valuable lesson. Not to look at your phone. No. I learned a very valuable lesson. So, this is going to be really, really, really humiliating to admit. But, have y'all ever seen those white mushrooms on the ground that grow during certain times of the year? You have? Because I know what it's like to eat one, and it wasn't pretty. At all. That's right. My first ever bad experience with this school was something that I did very, very stupidly, and I paid the price. So, in 6th grade, what happened was I was walking outside while waiting for them to open up the cafeteria doors, as I always did. And, all of a sudden on the ground, I see these random mushrooms on the ground. And I thought, oh, those look pretty cool. And someone dared me to eat one. It's important to note that at this time, I had never seen this before. At all. I had never seen mushrooms growing out of the ground. It was my first time seeing them, to my knowledge. And a student saw me looking at them because I'd never seen them before. And they just randomly said, "Hey, Brandon, I dare you to eat one of those." And I was like, "You sure?" And they say, yeah, go ahead. So I did. I ate a big chunk out of it. Ate another smaller chunk. Swallowed it. Someone trying to call me on a Discord. Anyway, so why is this mushroom incident so important? Really want to know? So after I was dared to eat a mushroom, and I foolishly proclaimed to people driving by to eat eat your shrooms, not knowing that whenever I said that, it was possibly or possibly not alluding to the drug, even though I didn't even know what shrooms were in terms of drugs. Guess what? Someone told a teacher what I did, and sure enough, I get pulled aside by my homeroom teacher, who proceeds to tell me, a innocent 6th grader who didn't know anything about, mushrooms growing out of the ground, that I could die. Yeah. That's right. So, just to tell you what these mushrooms looked like. These fuckers. Oh my god. Hi. These right here. Yeah, so needless to say, I ate one of these. And, dear God, did I pay the ultimate price? Because, for one, like I said, someone told one of my teachers, and, well, I will never forget the feeling of dread I had all throughout that day. So what happened was my teacher, Miss Polly, she had mentioned that eating something like that probably isn't too good, and that for all I know it could have been poisonous and I could have died. Or I could die. She never bothered to ask me what the mushroom even looked like, because that would have been narrowing it down a lot. Because if I would have said, oh, it's just those white mushrooms outside, that would have narrowed it down to where it's like, well, it's not poisonous, but it's going to give you food poisoning. Foreshadowing, by the way. Oh boy, you have no idea. So, I bet you're wondering what happened exactly. So, all throughout the day, after I was told that I might die from it, instead of saying, well, it depends on the mushroom, they could have asked me, you know. But no, instead, I went throughout that entire day with a feeling of dread all throughout my day, hoping I would survive. Because I didn't know if it was poisonous or not. I'd never seen that kind of mushroom. I'd never tasted that kind of mushroom. The only mushrooms I'd ever eaten are the actual, like, edible ones that you could get in the store. I'd never seen, mushrooms coming out of the ground like that. Now, I did know about other wild mushrooms that are poisonous. And I have seen pictures of those same mushrooms. I had never seen them in person. But, all throughout the day, just feelings of dread, wondering what would happen in the next period, the next period, the next period, the next period. All throughout the day, I started to feel like, yeah, you know what? I'm not feeling anything bad. Again, foreshadowing. And then, 7th period, the final class of the day, I started to feel a little queasy. A little sick. Without even thinking, I try to hold in my lunch, go over to the the trash can, and I hurl. That's right. The mushrooms weren't poisonous per se, but I had food poisoning. And I had to be picked up. My papaw explained to me that I shouldn't do that because I didn't know what was going on. But here's the thing. Realistically, he should have been more upset at my teacher for literally scaring me half to death whenever she said, you could die from that. Instead of, doing the responsible thing and asking me what the mushrooms looked like. Because if I would have said, well, it's the white mushrooms outside, then she would have said, well, those won't hurt you. It just won't make you feel too good. And boy, did I not feel too good. I hurled my lunch. I had to fucking stay home the next day. And, of course, the day after that, I went back to school feeling all fine and dandy, but, I learned something very valuable that day. Don't eat the lawn mushrooms. That's literally what those are. I mean, I know they go under an actual name, but yeah. Anyway, then we have 7th grade. So, 7th grade, I believe, was my hardest year. Probably wondering why. Well, I'll tell you. For one, I had my first fight. Now, granted, it was by complete accident. So what happened was I was just walking around and someone was talking to me and I bumped into this big dude named Travis. I think his name is Travis Sales, I think. He turned around and looked at me and asked if I had a problem. I said, no, I don't have a problem. I just bumped into you by accident. And he thought I was just, pulling a joke on him. And the thing is, I'm fearless, basically. Like, I was pretty brave. So I said, yeah, sorry, dude, I bumped into you. And he started getting a little bit more intimidating. Trying to pick a fight with me. And sure enough, fight ensued. We just circled each other, fists raised, ready to strike. Only there weren't no striking. Nobody got punched in the face or the liver or anything like that. But at least I found a pretty cool stick before he snatched it from me and pointed it at me like he was gonna poke my fucking eyes out. And then I flipped him the bird, and then he flipped me the double bird. And by the time we were about done with this fight, I noticed something. There was a big ass crowd of students, gathered around us with their iPods out, their phones or whatever, recording this entire thing. Uh-oh. I got talked to by one of the principal's assistants, and guess what? I got an office D-haul, 2 of them to be precise, on a Friday and on a Monday. All because I was trying to defend myself. No joke. And I got in trouble at home too. I got grounded for a while, and I of course got my ass beat with a belt. I still remember that, by the way, but I turned out fine. For the most part. I don't know how to deal with that anymore. But anyway, so that was the fight. See what else. Oh yeah, so I think it was either that year or the year after that. I think it was 7th grade. But I got in trouble for calling a teacher by their first name, which they never told me I'm not allowed to do. Apparently that's a rule. You're not allowed to call a teacher by their first name. So, a bit of context about that, which, by the way, we're on story 6, I think. 7? Let's see. Story 1 was... It's midnight for me. Same. I didn't even know you were still here. Anyway, so, let's see. First story was kindergarten and how I was held back from some bullshit reason. Story 2 was, my lunch being thrown away by the fucking teachers. Story 3 was how I got in trouble for telling a girl I would dip her parents in lava. Oh, you have? Oh. Dang, you've missed a whole lot of stuff. So, story 3 was how I got in trouble for threatening a little girl by saying I would dip her parents in lava. Bear in mind, I was in first grade, and I didn't even know what lava looked like or what it even did to a human. Number 4 was Miss Salita, a really angry, grouchy grandma of a teacher who was a real bitch. 5, a kid named Julian who was an absolute nightmare. 6, Mr. Hunter in 3rd grade. Oh. 7 was the mushroom incident right over here. It was right around here that there were these mushrooms that I ate by peer pressure. So that's yeah. So number 8 was the fight. Number 8 was the sexual harassment without even meaning to. Number 9, 8 was the fight. Number 9 right here. So like I said earlier, I learned a very valuable lesson in middle school. Never call a teacher by their first name. The only time where it's actually acceptable is if you're a graduate or if you're just meeting them outside of school. Like, you just happen to see them in a store. Now, granted, you'll still probably call them Mr. or Mrs. something, but that's perfectly fine because, you're used to that. But what happened was in math class, I and a whole lot of other students were asked to turn in their work. And it's important to note that at this time I found out what our math teacher's first name was. So you can only assume what I'm about to say. She told us to not trade in, but, turn in our work, and without even thinking about saying this, I just said, I will, Cheryl. That was actually her name, by the way. And, bear in mind, I've never, ever done that before in school. At all. But this bitch decides... Did you just call me Cheryl? Okay, you're getting a D-hole. Without any warning. She didn't even say, if this is your first time ever doing this to a teacher, then please don't do it again. No, she literally just gave me a detention without any explanation, because, again, I was never explained to that. Like, I was never explained that in school, that you cannot call a teacher by their first name. Again, the only exception is if you're a high school graduate and you're just visiting, and, it's perfectly fine then because, you're not in school anymore. There's nothing they can do. Or if you happen to meet the teacher outside of school, like you happen to be in the same store or something as them, or they just so happen to drive by and they say hello and all that other stuff, that's perfectly fine if you do it there. But they never once ever explained to me that you cannot, under any circumstances, call a teacher by their first name. I don't know why that's even a rule. In fact, let me look it up. Yeah. So, it's because it's supposed to be respectful. And it says here, it's supposed to be taught to kids early on. Why wasn't I never taught this? Seriously. No. I'm dead serious about this. I was never taught in any capacity growing up in school that it's not okay to call a teacher by their first name. So me getting a D-hole, which by the way is just another fancy term for detention, is complete bullshit. Because I was never told you're not supposed to do that. Whatsoever. And the fact that they had the gall, Miss Casey had the gall to give me a detention over something so... I mean, I understand if you're doing it repeatedly, but it was my first time. I said I didn't mean it, I had never done that before, I didn't even know it was a rule. I said every single little excuse, which was a valid excuse, I might add, that would try and save my ass. But then, no avail. I got a detention for that. Out of all the things, it was that. There was also this time where I said. So I should mention I absolutely hate racism, but what I'm about to say isn't really something I got in trouble for, per se, but I almost did. But like, I knew straight on that Miss Casey was part Asian. And I don't have any problem with Asian people. It's just I didn't know any better. But I literally told her just as I was leaving her class, I said, "See you later, Miss Casey," or "Since you're part Asian, sayonara." And she's like, "Wait, what?" Bear in mind, I didn't realize that it was racist. But I never said that again after she said, "Don't say it again." Yeah, I don't get a D-Hall for that, but saying her first name is bad enough to get a D-Hall even though I'd never done that before, ever in school. And they never explained to me that, you're not supposed to do that. Anyway, so yeah. In other words, I didn't know that it was against the rules for a student to call a teacher by their first name. And so, after I found that out, the hard way, I should add, I never did it again. So, yeah. And then we have 8th grade, where I had my second fight. And in school suspension. It was fucking awful. Anyway, how about we head straight into high school? High school was an interesting time. Because, well, the very first thing that I remember in high school, since my first year in high school was 2012 to 2013, then 2013 to 2014, 2014 to 2015, and then finally 2015 to 2016, where I graduated that year in 2016. Starting off in 2012, it's going to get a little personal, so I apologize for any personal things that I might bring up, but as of 10 years ago, not exactly 10 years ago, but around 10 years ago, it was this weekend or that weekend, but someone who I grew up with committed suicide. My uncle Nathan. He had missed his brother dearly, who several years prior had dosed. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not trying to fake emotions here. I'm being sincere, being serious. But I'm saying it how it is. Several years before this, I had an uncle who passed away due to a overdose. So several years later, in 2012, one evening I was in my room watching videos on YouTube on my Papa's laptop, which would later become mine later on down the road. Now it's my aunt's. But all of a sudden I hear a shrill screaming sound. One that I've never heard before. And at first I thought, well, maybe someone hurt themselves or someone did something. And then I start to peer over the edge of my bed and notice that the upstairs light is on. So, feeling that I'm done for the night with the laptop, I pack it up and get out of the door, and the first thing I see is my step-grandmother panicking. And at first, I didn't know what happened. I just thought something had happened. I didn't know what. And then I looked downstairs. Police officers. And just when I went downstairs, I heard my cousin tell me that my uncle Nathan is dead. At first I didn't know what happened at all. And as I put the laptop up, I went back upstairs, still hearing the screaming. And I just went to bed. I laid in bed, trying to process what happened, but also feeling very tired because it had been a long day. That's when Papa came into my room, explaining to me what happened. And at first, he didn't tell me exactly how this all happened, but eventually he did. And it dawned on me. I lost one of my best friends. It's like a brother to me. And, well, I'd be lying if I said that I didn't know how to process this, because truthfully, growing up, my emotions were interesting. Like, I'd feel sad, but I wouldn't, show emotion, because I'm usually very reserved. But, that following week, following the weekend, Papa explained to me what exactly happened, because at first I was like, who did this to him? And he explained to me what happened, and it hit me. He missed his brother, and couldn't handle it anymore. So I had to go to school that day, that same moment. And at first it was all well and good, but eventually the emotions that had been bottled up inside me just let loose, and I had a fit of anger, outburst, if you will. No one was quite sure what I was doing or why I was doing it. And at first people just thought, oh, this is just Brandon being his weird self. Until they saw me crying and asked me what was the matter. And I explained, and they understandably felt sympathy. And I thought that was the end of this emotional outburst. Little did I know, later on that day, I would feel the same thing. Math. It was at that time that I realized losing people is probably one of the worst things you could ever go through. And while high school probably isn't the place where you'd want to learn about that, I learned it the hard way. Anyway, going on from there, well, nothing else really happened in 9th grade, aside from, that. But what if I told you there actually was something that happened that year? Aside from, losing a loved one. I should also mention in 2011 that I lost my great-grandmother, so I apologize for not mentioning that. It's just I got so caught up with all my different stories and trying to recount all the events that I talked about. But in 2011, my great-grandmother had passed away, and I believe it was November of that year, I think. I don't remember, but I ended up going to Burke Burnett, I think, in Texas. I mean, I'm in Texas, but, It was a place called Burke Burnett, and that's where we had the funeral. And kind of a not funny haha, but funny interesting part of this little event, which is not really anything as a rant to school, but it is at least something that I'd like to bring up. So I should mention that I didn't go to my uncle's funeral. I just felt like it would have been too emotionally taxing on me, and I just couldn't handle it. Which is a fair point, because, I grew up close to him. He was like a brother to me. But I did go to my great grandmother's funeral. No, not my great, but, my great grandmother's. I just kind of stuttered there, trying to process the words I'm trying to say. And, yeah, so along the way to Burke Burnett, we ended up going too far past it, and instead of turning to get to Burke Burnett, we ended up accidentally going into Oklahoma. The very same Oklahoma where my old summer camp was. So, whenever we entered Oklahoma, I wasn't doing this to be funny or be goofy or anything like that, but the thing is, no one really said anything about what I said because they probably understood why I said what I'm about to say. But when we got into Oklahoma, albeit I knew we were going to have to turn around because we went too far and we accidentally went into Oklahoma, I simply said, "Hello, my old friend. It's so good to see you again." And again, I wasn't saying it to be funny at all. It was just that I had such a good bond with Oklahoma because I went to summer camp there like 6 times, I believe. And so I absolutely love that state, and I still do, even though I haven't been there since that date. So it's been 10 years since I accidentally went to Oklahoma, but in terms of summer camp, it's been, I think 13 years. Yeah, 13. Because 2019 was 10 years. So, yeah. Anyway, we, had to turn around, and just as we were about to leave, I turned around and said, "Goodbye, my old friend. I hope we'll see each other one day." And again, I should mention that none of what I said was meant to be funny or goofy or silly or anything like that. It was just because of the fond memories I had of that state and going to summer camp there. So it wasn't to be funny, it was to reminisce about the good times. But anyway, going back to the high school, something else did happen in 2012 that I would like to talk about. And this is going to involve me doing some theorizing about this possibly coming back, which I know it will. Soon. I don't know how soon, but it's going to be soon. But in December of 2012, just when the Christmas break was about to start, that's when I made my own PSN account, Dragostar534. Yeah, hard to believe it, but this year is going to be 10 whole years since I joined PlayStation Network. And it's crazy to say that because it's true. I think it was either not that weekend. I think it was either it was either this weekend or this weekend. I think it was the 14th. Because, I distinctly remember this day, not just because of the PSN thing, but because of something else that's more on the tragic side. So, in 2012, for those of you who are old enough to remember, you may remember the, yeah. It was on that date that the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting occurred. That same day, I made a PSN account. The very same PSN account that you'll occasionally see me streaming with, because I am planning on getting back to live streaming on the PlayStation. Because the last time I ever did that was last October, and that was for the summer special. No, not summer. The Halloween special that I usually do on Fur Plays. I am planning on doing that, by the way. But it's not going to be GTA Online this time. You'll see what I mean, but what's going to happen all boils down to the stuff that transpires between the rest of this month leading all the way up to October. You'll see why. But just know that should what I'm about to talk about happen, and it comes out this year, probably even like as soon as next week, because I'm going to talk about two things actually. There's two theories that I want to talk about. One of them regarding the thing I'm about to talk about and why my PSN account had such a good upbringing. And the second thing is regarding something that we might be seeing next week. Anyway, so 2012, December 14th, the very same day as the shooting, which no, that didn't inspire my PSN account. It was like sheer coincidence. I was already thinking about making a PSN account. Or was I? Yeah. That's the thing. Dragostar 534 was made by complete accident. It was made off of a whim because I wanted to check out PlayStation Home, and I learned that I needed to have a PlayStation Network account. So, I made one. And the very first thing I tried was, of course, PlayStation Home. So, basically, there's a little game called PlayStation Home, and I played it. I joined PSN on that date, December 14th. Which means that this December on the 14th will be 10 whole years. Now, why is PlayStation Home such a significant thing to what I'm talking about? Well, because Christmas break in general was a big event in terms of my school year. Because it was that year that I got a 3DS, which is nice. I think it was the 3DS XL, which is nice. I got the blue one with Mario Kart 7, which I later lost, only it turns out it was stolen from me by my cousins whenever they were really, really little and didn't know any better. But I did get a new one, which is nice. But, that wasn't the only thing that kept me going throughout the Christmas break. Because a place called home was calling my name. You see, PlayStation Home was my very first introduction to the world of PlayStation Network. I met many friends on there. Some of them I actually still talk to this very day. And if it weren't for PlayStation Home, I wouldn't be interested in online gaming on consoles. It was this very game that introduced me to an online gaming community that I've come to grow to love. I've come to love and respect PSN. While it does have its flaws, not everyone's perfect. Nonetheless, this was my home. So naturally, I was pretty hard pressed to find out that it was going to be getting closed down in 2015. Only, I didn't get to see the end. I was too busy on my PS4, which I still have the same PS4, it's just packed up. Yeah. But thing is though, you might have seen my search results. But PlayStation Home could very well be coming to PS5. And I'm not just saying that as a joke, I'm not trying to sound stupid here. But here's the thing. You might have heard about this a while back. PlayStation Stars. So, PlayStation Stars is a very ambitious new rewards program that Sony is going to be launching this year. I don't know when this year. It could be very, very soon though. I don't know how soon, but I feel like it's going to be sooner than we think. But why is this so important to PlayStation Home possibly coming back, especially on the PS5? And why do I personally think that Home would be best suited for PS5 in general? Well, let's start off with why I think Home would be perfect on PS5. I've seen many people throwing around that it could also be perfect for VR, and while I think that VR would be pretty cool, VR-based social gaming platforms, or just social platforms in general, are pretty oversaturated. We have Rec Room, we have VR Chat, we have Horizon Worlds and its subsidiaries. We have all these different metaverse attempts and all this other stuff. But Home was different. You see, PlayStation Home was considered to be ahead of its time. Why do you say that, you might be asking? Well, for starters, it launched in 2008, and what's funny is about 4 years after it launched was whenever I joined PSN, and I got to play on there for quite a long time. I got to experience a lot of good stuff. But the thing about PlayStation Home that I really, really liked was how it kept track of the games that you played. Now, it had to be PS4 games, but it would keep track of the games that you played, and depending on what you did in those games, you would get specific items for your avatar. For example, one of the games I had in my PS3 was Sonic Adventure 2. And as a result, I got a Sonic Adventure 2 t-shirt for my avatar for both male and female. And why is this important, you may be asking? Well, PlayStation Home being on VR does sound pretty cool. But at the same time, I feel like if it's exclusively on VR, it'd be excluding a massive amount of PlayStation's audience because of the fact that not everyone can afford VR, especially with the Meta Quest 2 because it raised its price by $100 recently. But not only that, but not everyone is really comfortable with VR in terms of how to use it, because some people might get motion sick, some people might, interact weirdly with other users by doing weird and obscene gestures and stuff like that. So while I do think a VR compatible PlayStation Home does sound pretty cool, at the same time, I don't see that happening. But just it being on PS5, there's so much you could do. For one, PlayStation Home had, well, as it says here, long loading times, and sure enough, you would have to wait through a loading screen that would last at least 30 seconds sometimes. Now, granted, this also would be based on, for one, someone's internet connection. So if you're using a wired connection, you would have a much faster download speed. But even then, the PS3 used a hard drive. The PS5 uses a solid-state drive. Solid-state drives, in terms of their physical properties, require no moving parts whatsoever. They basically look like a stick. Like, I think I have a box. Yes, there it is. So, this right here is what an SSD looks like, or at least one with a heatsink. Now, why is that important, huh? Well, SSDs lack any moving parts. This means that the data transmission going to and from are so fast that, according to Sony, it's near instantaneous. Why is this important for a new PlayStation Home? It's because of the fact that with the power of the PS5's SSD and the other technologies on board the console, Home could look way better, it could play way better because of the DualSense and its capabilities. It could be way better in terms of loading times and, other things like security and whatnot. And it could feel better in so many ways. For one thing I would really hope for, should they bring back PlayStation Home, and they don't have to do this, but it would be very, very nice, is if they have some kind of acknowledgement for PlayStation Home users that played Home back on the PS3 during its open beta. So, what I mean by this is, if you've ever played Grand Theft Auto Online on the PS3 and you transition over to PS4 and then to PS5, you would know exactly what I mean. You would be able to carry over your progress, and you would be able to get new free items depending on what platform you move to. So for me, since I'm currently playing on PS5, I would have the returning player benefits, but I would also have a free HSW vehicle, which is the Korean S95, which is based on the Toyota GT86. You know, I just realized something. The S95 and the GT86, when you really think about it, all they really did was take one number from the 6, making it a 5, and then put that one number into the 8, making it a 9. So, 95. That is really clever. Of course, I don't know if that's what they were going for, but I digress. Anyway, yeah, so this is the car. Anyway, so my point being, for being a player of the original PlayStation Home during its public beta, which by the way was a perpetual beta as well, so it remained in beta from the day it launched to the day it closed down, which was the end of March 2015. Anyway, why is that important though? Well, if you think about it, they could do a very similar thing where, since all the user data is stored on their servers, all they would need to do is for each respective player, they would just, give them their stuff back. And that's it. So, yeah. But I have to say though, even if they don't do that, and it's literally a brand new experience, I'm still perfectly fine with that. Because I'd rather just have PlayStation Home than have something that I wouldn't really like. So I feel like a new version of PlayStation Home, whether or not it has returning player benefits like having your stuff returned to you and having free digital items as a token of gratitude, even still, that'd be amazing. But getting to the other thing about Stars has the digital collectibles. They aren't NFTs, but they are 3D digital collectibles that you could have displayed somewhere. But now for the other thing. There could very well be a showcase next week because of the fact that if you really think about it, Sony's not going to be at Gamescom in any capacity. They aren't going to be attending, they aren't going to be having anything during the opening night live, which leads me to believe that they might have something planned next week. And when you consider the fact that there was a trailer that popped up recently today that was swiftly taken down by Sony from a copyright claim, the trailers for Helldivers 2. Which makes me think that they're going to be bringing out a showcase soon, possibly even next week. Because why else would Sony not go to Gamescom? It's not because they don't have anything to show. It's because they want to do things their way. I don't know what they're going to be planning, or even if there is a showcase. But rest assured, I got my eyes peeled on social media, you know. Even though it's only 1:08 a.m., I think in the next several hours we're about to find out. Or maybe not. It just depends, because whenever Sony announces these showcases, it's literally a week before the event itself. So, for example, like last year when we had the PlayStation Showcase in September, they announced it on June the 3rd, with the event itself being the 9th, I think. Right? I think it was the 9th. Yeah, so they announced it on a Friday, with the event being that following Thursday. So, following that same pattern, should we be having an event next week on Thursday, and it turns out to be the showcase, they'll announce it Friday, today basically. Because it's the 19th now. So it's basically Friday, but it doesn't feel like it yet, because it's still nighttime. Anyway, I got a friend request. Anyway, so, yeah. Getting back to the subject at hand, oh, right, I should probably go to the high school now. Excuse me. I'm real slow. Alright, anyway, sorry about that. So this is my high school. What map program are you using? Google Earth. Yeah. So basically right now I was talking about, like, I was off topic from my, actual topic, but, this stream I've just been ranting and talking about my high school experiences not just high school, it's my school experiences in general. Voice cracks, I don't know why. I'm 25 years old and I still have voice cracks. I think it's just because my throat's dry. Anyway, yeah, so, at first I talked about elementary and then middle school, which there were a few bad incidents. Like, I've just been basically ranting about, like, the bullshit stuff that happened in school. But now in high school, well, not too many things really happen in high school. Well, except for the fact that during my time there I had to deal with a not very fun person to be around named Emma. Now, granted, nowadays she's most likely a very decent person, but in school she was hell to deal with. Like, and I think I had to deal with her all throughout high school because she went to my middle school. But needless to say, it wasn't very fun. Because she would have random outbursts, she would get angry at the teachers for not wanting to do her work, and all that other stuff. She was okay sometimes, but she was mostly just, not good. Oh yeah, by the way, look. Look at that pixelation, dude. It's like this from is this has to be a recent photo. Yeah, it is, cuz this area right over here of the school, this is actually a part of the gym, but that wasn't there whenever I was in high school. They were building it, but it wasn't finished by the time I finished high school. Cuz otherwise I would have been able to see it. But yeah. Oh, I'm dealing with a very serious sinus infection. And you know how a sinus infection makes you feel like your face is all swollen up and all that stuff? Apparently it causes jaw pain sometimes. And that's what I've been dealing with. It sucks. And bear in mind, I take good care of my teeth, so it's not that I'm not taking care of my teeth because I am. It's just my jaw. Anyway, yeah. Oh, right. There was one other thing that happened in high school. You sometimes visit your high school, walk the hallways, and visit memory lane. About that. So, where this high school is located, I used to live near it. Right? Because there's this neighborhood right over here. This house right here I used to live in. So I lived really, really close to the school. As in, it was literally within walking distance. In fact, after I graduated for a very brief period of time before me and my folks moved to another house down the road, I did actually walk over there and visit, although sometimes I would have to visit after school whenever I wasn't, distracting people, because, like, it's, I don't know. But it was nice, though. I got to visit the teachers and see how they were doing. They were nice. And then eventually I had to move with my folks over here. Nothing bad happened that made us move. It's just we were already planning on moving for a long time. But I did visit there partially to revisit old memories, but nowadays I can't really do that because where I live nowadays, it's at least 2 miles away from the school, so I can't really do that anymore. Now, whenever I was living in this neighborhood right here, I could do that easily, no problem. But, not anymore. But anyway, so, yeah. It's, kind of sad to think about that I don't really get to visit anymore, but, yeah. Anyway, so there was this one time where it wasn't anything involving me per se, but it was something that was very odd and a little terrifying. So what happened was I forgot what grade I was in. I was either in 11th or 12th grade. And oh my god, my ears are ringing. Uh, uh, the head feels like it's being crushed. Sinuses or something. I've dealt with that before though, but yeah. It's like do you ever have those times where like you'll have sinuses, so it's like a buildup of mucus all over your head or something like that. Like you know what I mean though, right? Like your sinuses get all clogged up and it makes your head feel like it's being pressurized where it's like it's being smushed. But anyway, so what happened this one particular day was I was in school and it was all well and good until I eventually heard about someone talking about a shooting threat. I'm not joking. There was literally a rumor that someone was threatening the school with, a shooting. And so I started to get a little worried. And eventually, throughout the day, I noticed that students left and right were being picked up because, like parents, rightfully so, they were just worried about their kid because what if this happens and, you know, people aren't prepared? Well, come to find out, there wasn't any shooting at all. Instead, what happened was all throughout the day, I would see these students getting picked up left and right because, their parents were justifiably worried that maybe something will happen because you never know in this day and age. And so I think this was I think this was senior year. Yeah. Because I remember this vividly. I was walking home from school that day, and the first thing I see whenever I'm out walking is there's a police car in the parking lot. Now, this is the student parking lot, but sometimes parents will park out here whenever there's an event going on. But there was a police car right over here and right over here. So I walked through the parking lot, and of course I used the crosswalk signal to cross over. There's another police car right over here. And sure enough, there was a big ol' rumor and possibly a threat about someone shooting up the school. Now, of course, that never actually happened. Voice cracks again. But I'll be damned if I didn't say that I was admittedly pretty terrified. Because I didn't know what was going to happen throughout the day. Because at first, whenever I heard someone say that, I was like, what are they talking about? And then I heard it toss around more and more and more and more and more. And then I see these students getting picked up left and right by their parents because, their parents are worried that something might happen. Understandably so, because, again, in this day and age, you never know what someone's going to do. But nothing actually happened. At all, I should mention. Nothing ever happened. Radiology ass. I will admit though, I will never forget that day. Because, yeah. I remember seeing those police cars there, and the first thing I thought was, did someone actually try and call in a threat? Because there's no other reason why cop cars would be there. It's just to make sure that nothing happens. And it was really scary, you know? Because again, like, we're talking about post Columbine, post Sandy Hook, all that other stuff. So, understandably, yeah, like I wasn't like shivering, like terrified, but it was very, very tense. Like, it felt disturbing, but considering how well I can sort of like manage my emotions and how I can manage my emotional feelings towards something, I was still scared, but I wasn't visibly scared. I was just on edge because again, you never know. But you want to know something weird? I never got picked up. Is probably because of the fact that the city that I was in, which technically where we are right now, as it says here, is Hurst, Texas, and this city on the other side of this road is North Richland Hills, which is my current city. But that being said, both these cities are relatively safe, as in nothing bad really happens here. There have been a few occasions over the many years in the past, but it's not like Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, stuff like that. It's very, very safe. It's also a nice place to live in. Partially because there's so many places close by that you could just walk there. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What I'm trying to say is, considering where we lived, it's relatively safe. Like, extremely safe. So the likelihood of that happening, at least in our city, is extremely minimal, as in very unlikely. But I honestly, I wasn't even upset that I didn't get picked up, because I could probably... It's probably because my papaw probably didn't even know about what was going on, and plus, I was too busy to even have my phone out, and I didn't even know what was going on until it was too late, and by then I didn't even tell my papaw. Otherwise, he would have said, "Do you want me to pick you up just in case?" And I would have said, "Yeah," but, that never happened, because I was too focused on school, not really understanding the gravity of the situation, or lack thereof, because there was never a shooting there. It was just some idiot wanting to get out of school and make everyone shit their pants. Nobody did, by the way. Anyway, yeah, so, oh, right. I just remembered there was one last thing I wanted to talk about, and it's going all the way back to middle school. So, in middle school, I believe this was in my 8th grade year, we had a power outage. That's right, a power outage. So, what had happened was, at this time I was in, I think I was in U.S. social studies or something like that. And, all of a sudden the power went out. Like, we were going over a lesson, all of a sudden, bzz, there goes the power. And, nothing scary happened other than that. But, we had no classes the rest of the day. But what's really, really funny is I think this was either just before the weekend or it was during the week. Because the very next day, or it might have been the next week, I don't remember. Um, but the thing about my middle school is they would have these video announcements where they would have these news videos from the middle school, and they would talk about what's going on, like what's for lunch and all this other stuff. And they decided to do a really funny skit where they would explain why exactly we had the power outage. And it's because our current principal, I think his name is Picerni, like Kyle Picerni, I think is what his name is, or just Mr. Picerni. He was pretending to use a hairdryer, and all of a sudden the video cuts to black with the sound of like electricity going out. And so they played it off as if that was the actual reason. Now, I never found out why exactly that happened, but it was really funny, and at least for one day I was able to escape the grossness that was the school lunch. Trust me, school lunches were horrible. But it was pretty fun though, because like the school had a completely different atmosphere in black hallways. Like it wasn't nighttime, by the way. It wasn't. It was still daytime. You could still see daylight peering through, but most of the school was just dark. You could still see down the hallways and you could still see people, but you couldn't make out who was who unless you were right next to them. Actually, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna search up something. That's terrifying. Wait. Hmm? Oh, they're talking about West Virginia, I think. Well, I don't mean black hallways like they were colored black, but what I mean, like, it was basically, um, what I mean by that is, the school's hallways were extremely dark, save for, like, the sunlight peering through, and they would have some lights stationed in some hallways to give some people a little bit of light to look around. But trying to, I don't think there was a thing that went on. But basically, what I was trying to say is, I don't mean black hallways like they were pitch black. Although some of the places they were really, really dark, so they had to have these mobile lights, like lanterns and stuff. But oh yeah, they also had generators to provide power to the lights they had stationed somewhere. But it was it was pretty cool, but at the same time, pretty weird. Yeah. Uh, Very bad lighting, I see. Was the school not properly funded? Um, I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't remember exactly why all that happened. I know they played the joke that our principal was trying to use a blow dryer even though he was bald. But I don't know if it was properly funded or not because I never asked. Plus, why would a middle schooler even want to ask that? That's like asking someone if they fuel their car up often. I don't know. But I would assume it was properly funded. But like the lighting in the school was amazing. Like the actual lights of the school were amazing. It's just since it was a power outage, the only light you would be getting is out of the windows and the doors of the school. So because of that, they had to have someone with generators. Like I think what happened was they weren't able to get the power on at all during the rest of the day. So they had generators with a whole bunch of emergency lights and stuff. Or not emergency, but like uh those lantern looking lights like yes, these. Those. This is exactly what I mean. They had floodlights. Now, mind you, there was no flood whatsoever. It was just that these were really good at lighting up an area. So they had a whole bunch of these placed to where people could properly see down hallways, all this stuff. And they had it set up really, really quickly, like mere minutes after it happened. But needless to say, it was a very, very odd experience. So it wasn't that there was something that the school did wrong. It was just that they did their absolute best, and I commend them for it. Because had it not been for their efforts of making sure that people could still navigate the school without any issue and go to the restroom, because you could still go to the restroom, it's just the lights didn't work in there at all. We had a total power outage. I don't know if there were any other houses that had that or what happened, but it was very, very weird. I'll just say that much. Anyway. Yeah. So, yeah. So, with that being said, I believe that is all of the rants and stories that I've talked about with school. Now, Macabre, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I also don't know if you're new to my channel or not, because your name doesn't seem familiar, but I don't know. Um, Oh, yeah, it's just I didn't recognize your name, like your username on here. Um, Hold on. Hmm. All right. Anyway, yeah. So I'd love to chat more and more, but as you can see, it is 1:40 in the morning. So I spent a lot of time streaming, a lot of time ranting and talking and all that other stuff. Mostly about school, but also about just other things in my life that were during my school years, but it didn't have to do with school. Um, yeah, so with that being said, thank you very, very much for watching. And Macabre, again, I'm very sorry I didn't recognize your name or know who you were exactly. It's just it. The last time I did a stream on GTA was actually October last year, and that was for a Halloween special. Um, but I am planning on getting back into streaming on PlayStation since, PS5. I've only done one PS5 stream, by the way. And that was the Halloween special. um, yeah. Anyway, I hope you're all doing well, and I will see you all later. Good night. And as for me, I definitely need some sleep because I feel like I'm about to pass out. Good night.